Hello and welcome to FIDE Women's World Championship Match 2025. I'm Grandmaster Miro, and together with my wonderful co-host Grandmaster Zhongyi, we will be your commentators for this match, and particularly for game number 2, which starts in seconds, in fact. Right, so what do we expect today? So that's the first day, first game was played yesterday, but again, second game, in a way, it's a first game with different colors. So it's once again first experience for the world champion to be to defend with black. First chance for the challenger Zhongyi to have the white pieces, and we will get more information, I believe, after today's game. Maybe let's recall what was happening yesterday.
Yes.
I think we can say that's very worthy game for the World Championship match, right? So, well, very high quality. Some people would say, okay, it was a draw, so it doesn't count. No, there was quite a lot of fight, and players proved to be worth of each other. Yeah. And by the way, I've just got updated that the game started. We've got 3 moves played very, very fast, and it's an English opening on the board.
Yes.
So we might as well proceed directly to the playing hall and see the players, see the moves, and go on with the commentary.
So first, maybe I can introduce the guest today to start the chess, because for Chinese players, to Chinese fans, it's a hero in our chess history. Xie Jun, FIDE vice president of the Chinese Chess Association, and she is a 4-time woman world champion, and she is the first woman chess players in China to win the world champion.
So she started, in a way, the whole dominance of Chinese players in women's chess, right? Because at the opening ceremony, something that I don't think we mentioned yesterday, but you can check on FIDE social media, there were 5 women's world champions present, right?
Yeah. And the black starter chess with Wenjun is Wang Lianyun, honorary president of Shanghai Xiangqi Association. And now we can focus on the games by 2 players.
So it's an English opening, and this particular variation, bishop c5, which I think, was kind of reintroduced to the high level not so long ago. Okay, I say not so long ago, maybe it was 10 years, but so before that, people would automatically play knight b6, and that was the main theory. And then, bishop c5, I think started, maybe Alexander Grishuk played the first game on high level, and then everybody started to play it, the likes of Hikaru Nakamura and so on and so on. Right, so what are the tricks here? I'm thinking it's, because you can play English opening after first move c4, you can play with black in so many ways, but this particular system, it's like black really accepts playing a Sicilian tempo down, yes?
Yes.
Yeah, so
and actually, I think a lot of players said in a World Championship match, when white plays c4, it shows a signal he wants to win the game.
Yeah, so nowadays c4, for many players, like Magnus Carlsen included, like c4 it doesn't mean that I want to be safe, it doesn't mean I don't want an opening discussion, it's actually one of the moves to try to fight for advantage. Right, there is no direct way of, let's say, equalizing. It was actually knight f6. I didn't realize. I've seen the position after 3 moves, but it's actually started with knight f6, kind of giving white a chance to change the mind to go d4. But no, knight c3 happened, and then white played e5.
And now it goes to Miro. You said it's the opposite, like a Sicilian.
Yeah, Sicilian with opposite colors, right? Knight f3, knight to c6, g3, and d5.
And I think in Ding and Nepal's World Championship match, Ding played some move like e4 in the. I'm not sure.
Maybe, or was it g3 bishop before e4? I mean, this is much more common, right? g3 when they go g3 bishop before and then e4. This is.
Yes, this is a common line, but
I'm possibly sure he played e4 even earlier.
Yes, because e4, I remember the game continues like bishop c5, knight e5.
Right.
Yes, something like this, and
e4, and it's totally different story, but also very, very live position. Yeah.
Yes, and g3, d5, And actually, I'm not. I don't know too much things about bishop c5 in this position.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. So I'm checking what the games are. Carlsen Caruana 2 times from the match. So Carlsen tried it twice in the match. Carlsen played it with black against Vashiela Graf, so it must be a good line then. Carlsen with Giri, and from the latest games, I do not see anything played in 2024 on high level, interestingly. So bishop c5, castles, d3, so far all the main moves.
Yes.
d3,
h6,
and now you can take on d5, you can go bishop d2, a3, and even some move like knight to a4 was tried.
Yes, it's like a dragon with opposite colors. And actually, I'm not sure after bishop c5, white can play knight e5 or not. I believe it's a bad move, but because a lot of
it has to be checked. You're absolutely right. It has to be checked. It was actually played. Ding Li ran with Rajabov, for example. There were games. So knight e5, knight takes c3, b takes c3, knight takes e5, d4, and bishop d6. And this is, I guess, playable for black. d5, bishop e5, takes d8, king d8. This is no longer Ding Rajabov. This is like, still decent players. Yeah, bishop d2. I don't think it's any good for white. Yeah, this doesn't look any good for white.
Actually, I want to think about knight c3, bishop c6 first.
Yes, this is. Yeah, you're absolutely right. This is the real line. Yeah, knight c3. So if white just takes that I showed, it's nothing. So bishop c6 should be the critical line. Bishop c6, and this is Ding Li and Rajabov. Yes, b takes c3.
Yeah.
And I think queen d5, knight to f3, and bishop h3 was played, or just castle was played. Most games finishing in a draw. We can quickly check what happened in Ding Li and Rajabov, I'll tell you. So yes, he played bishop h3, which computer, by the way, thinks that white is slightly better. Bishop h3, queen b3, bishop g2, exchange on d5, cd5, rook g1, takes f3, and d4. And somehow there were a few games like this, one of them played by Magnus Carlsen himself, the other one Ding Li and Rajabov. And yeah, so black apparently holds this one. So it's an extra pawn for white, but very limited material, and perhaps not much can be done.
Yes.
Yeah, interesting. So that's maybe the kind of the critical test for this line. So at least if you are trying to refute a move bishop c5, you're considering taking on e5. But yeah, it looks like Wenjun was ready for this, and it didn't happen. So what we have, both players castled, d3, h6, yes, exchange on d5 happened, and white went bishop d2. So far, nobody has spent any time, interestingly.
Yes.
Yeah, and now to confuse our viewers even more, now our blue board is lagging. Look, I mean, blue board, which is supposed to be the live board, now it is lagging a little bit, while we getting the moves, we are ahead of the live board, so to speak. We are looking to the future. We know what's going to happen. Now, it is already on the board, bishop d2, so the idea, from what I can tell, is they put the bishop on let me see. I mean, there must be still a lot of Carlsen, Giri. So winning a tempo with bishop c3, you will be threatening knight takes e5, and then it's either playing for b4 or I think e3, d4 sometimes. I'm checking if I can find any of our players playing in this position. Cannot check the kind of whole database. So I'm checking just like the top rated games. I do not see our players having this in their games yet. But this is similar to game 1, so that's like a preparation specifically for the match. It's a preparation specifically for the match.
I think both players in this match really has good preparation, because two opening seems it's both two games is not the main line, but seems like both players knows the ideas at least in game 1.
So now I'm thinking, okay, we don't know how this is gonna finish, but
yes.
Game 3, will they repeat it? It's so interesting because there was no obvious moment when somebody is happy or unhappy. Yeah, because sometimes the opening is played and you immediately know, okay, it was a bad position, then I didn't win, but if it happens again, I will be very happy to have it. Now it's not so clear, so it's in a way, there were some moments for Wenjun maybe to find improvement, but also Tarn felt very comfortable. So I'm looking forward to game 3, but also this one, it's a very rich position. So it's not impossible that they play today and then they will continue in game 4. We might see it again, this English opening. And these are typically, at least for me, like the most exciting matches when, you know, you pick your opening and then there is like analytical teams behind the players, and during, let's say, 3 days and so on, they analyze, they improve, and then they play the same opening with new ideas. Yeah, so after bishop to d2, what are the moves people played? a5 was played, rook to d8, some people moved the queen immediately, like queen d6, queen e6. Wait a second, so in 2023, Rapport saw, Richard Rapport against Wesley So played a draw in this line. Carlsen beat Geary in 2022. Maybe we could quickly mention what happened in Carlsen-Geary. I think since then people found out how to play. So Carlsen-Geary, black played rook to d8 here. Just maybe we will show illustrate like what white wants here. Bishop c3. Now knight e5 is a threat. So queen e6,
yes,
queen to c2, queen e7. Don't know why like this. Yes, rook a to c1, bishop b6, a3.
A5?
No, and he didn't play a5. He went knight d4, bishop takes. Sorry, knight takes. I'm sorry. Yeah, knight takes, pawn takes, bishop b4, queen e5, bishop c5. Something like that. And it still was equal, and somehow Magnus won much later. So it's not like some super serious idea. This is I think this is common in quite a few English openings. You can have this kind of structure. So white has some slight pressure on the queen side, but has this backward e2 pawn, which is like defendable, but requires attention. In a way, if something like this happens, it may be the same scenario as yesterday. So white has slight push and black has to be careful. Once again, perfect scenario for a World Championship match. But as you told me, Tang would prefer something a little bit more unbalanced, right?
Yes.
Tang would prefer something a little bit more unbalanced.
I think this kind of position is hard to make progress for Tang.
So Wenjun is very comfortable in this kind of, like if everything is clear. So now she's thinking after bishop d2. So, but you're absolutely right when you said like along the line when a3 and you wanted to play a5, this would be my automatic reaction also. Yes, they want b4. No, we will not give them a chance to play b4. So it remains a question why Geary didn't do it, and maybe we will see a7, a5 move in our game. In fact, some people prefer to play a5 right here. It's the most popular move in my database to just simply play a5 immediately. Yeah, so a5. Let me see.
a5, rook c1, I think.
a5, bishop c3.
Yeah, bishop c3.
Yeah, I don't think rook c1 is a bad move, but I'm just like following the most popular bishop c3, queen e6.
Queen e6.
E6, don't know why e6. And To be honest, it looks like we are transposing it to the same. A3, E3, I mean, all the moves that we have in the different line.
Yes, I think the reason why to play Queen E6 is maybe Queen D6. I can play Knight E5, and you take. I can play D4 because your Queen on E6. You will have Rook D8.
Ah, maybe that's the reason. Yeah, let me quickly check if it's true. Yeah, Bishop C3, and now if Queen D6. Queen D6, yes, Knight E5 is the best move and white is better. Yes, Knight takes E5. And in fact, if black captures back, then D4 white is much better. So black has to take on F2, Rook F2, Knight E5. But this is very pleasant for white, like two bishops, flexible center. Yeah, this is not the scenario you want with black.
So after Queen E6, it's like A3, E3.
Yeah, like if I trust the database after Queen E6, it's A3, Queen C2, E3, like all the, maybe Knight D2 is something independent, right? Knight D2, but no strong player played Knight D2. So maybe nothing special. Knight D2, and then again Rook D8. Black does more or less all the same. Rook to D8, Queen to E7, wants to develop the bishops. Yeah, so we have our first pause in this game, which is a little bit surprising because that's one of the main lines anyway.
Yes.
But on the other hand, it does not mean that she doesn't know what the move is. Sometimes, because like you never know what line your opponent will play, right? So you have to repeat a lot and be ready, and then when you know, okay, it will be this position. So now I'm thinking, can it be where they want to trap me, right? Something like this.
Yes.
So I'm rechecking my lines in my head and thinking, okay, was there anything dangerous? Was there anything like really sharp that I could overlook some move? Because here it's still, yeah, you can play Rook D8, you can play A5. I think Queen D6 is also possible, like Queen D6, Queen E7 to start with this. So that's why maybe it makes sense to stop. Maybe it makes sense to stop here.
Yes, even if Wenjun knows everything about this line, maybe she need to check. I need to play Rook D8 first or A5 first. Maybe there's some difference in the position.
Yeah, and she actually did play Queen D6. I just said, yeah, I was looking for an alternative, and she did play Queen D6 first. Yep. Yeah. So now
Giri played the Rook D8 first instead of Queen D6.
Yeah, Giri played Rook D8. Let me see if Queen D6 was played like 20 times, and again you have some big names like Wesley So played Queen D6, Narayanan. Yeah, and that may be about it. Yeah, but like on Grandmaster level, there've been these games with Queen D6. And I'm thinking after Bishop C3, you can go Rook D8 and then it's sort of a transposition, but maybe independent move is Knight to D4. This is something that I see people tried. People try to play Knight D4 immediately, and I'm guessing the point, if white exchanges on D4, then you don't want the Rook on D8, you want it on E8. So kind of to explain that why you would go Queen D6, and Tan already played Bishop C3.
Also, maybe Knight D4, white can play something like
Knight D2.
D2, yes.
Yeah. So if Knight D4 happens, yeah, Knight D2, and then after, then what do you do? Bishop B, so Queen E7 maybe. Yeah?
Queen E7,
E7, and then white can. It's always a question to me, like if E3, whenever E3 is good or not. Yeah? E3, there is like very silly looking move Knight B5, which maybe is a good move.
Yes.
To exchange the bishop.
Because in Sicilian, always E3 is not the good move.
Yeah. The feeling like E3 and J3 together, right? I mean,
yeah.
if you do one of these two. Like normally, this structure, it's either you change it immediately by going D4, or it's not a great structure. Yep. So Queen D6, Bishop to C3, and we are waiting for Wenjun to continue. And as we said,
main idea after knight b6 line. So I want to. I'm not sure what's the difference between h6 and f6 because Wenjun played h6 in today's game.
I'm actually not sure why they do it. Now that you ask me, because yes, like both moves are to cover g5 square because very often white goes knight g5 and then to e4 and creates some stupid threats, right? You cannot do both normally. Like if it's like Sicilian went badly, if you played h6 and then had to play f6, that means like a lot of light square weaknesses. So this is something you don't want to do. And normally I'm thinking, again, it's not about the position. It's like this purely logical reasons. If you want if you went h6, maybe you want f5 one day. That's kind of only explanation that I can come up with. That. Okay, it's very hard to do, of course, but yeah, like the only idea for me to say explain why h6.
Yes, because if you play f6, it seems like
it's very
solid.
Right?
Yeah.
It's very solid. But again, maybe wait, how is that? Yeah, takes, bishop d2. Yeah, if he didn't play h6 but f6, could it be that f6? No, okay, f6 here tactically impossible because queen b3, apparently. Queen b3 and bishop e6 just takes on b7.
On b7.
Yeah, just takes on b7.
And knight a5, queen a6 even.
Yeah, knight a5, there is no queen b5. No, actually queen b5.
Queen b5.
Queen b5 attacking the bishop and the knight. White is safe. So, so maybe that's the reason. If I remember correctly, it's not always they were playing h6. The early games were rook e8 or bishop b6 in this position, and then somehow white was using this knight g5 tricks.
For example, bishop...
yeah, let me see. Like bishop b6, if I see... Yeah, Anand Caruana, for example, in 2017. Fabiano played bishop b6 instead of h6, and now the game is loading, yeah. Bishop... it's actually nothing impressive. Bishop d2, bishop g4, rook c1. Why was doing the same? I thought maybe there is like some brilliant refutation. No, yeah, it's actually similar. English opening. Yeah, rook c1, knight c3, bishop c3, rook e8. It's not even clear why you need h6 here, right? Yes. In this position, maybe Fabi. So I just thought Anand won, so maybe he showed something clever. No, not really. Rook e8, b4, and the game continued. And it was quite a long game, in fact. So it's not like he won because of the opening. It's not like he won because of the opening.
And I think it's a very common line in the English opening. Always we will see maybe a little bit different if you don't play bishop g4, maybe your bishop on e6 or your bishop on e7, but it's always the same ideas for white.
For white, yeah, like white wants to go b4, b5, somehow disturb black pieces as much as possible. Yeah, so in fact in our game it's, well, black has a chance to stop b4, right?
Yes.
Like, as we were saying, like either rook d8 now or queen e7, and then after a3 just play a5. Yeah, let's not forget. And look, in Zhongyi, for the first time, I think, she leaves her chair. I cannot remember yesterday. We've seen Tan walking a lot, but Ju, seemingly she's sitting in her chair much more often. And now again, the same situation. For me, it would be feeling like my opponent has some pressure on me. If you feel like I'm concentrated and my opponent is relaxed walking, but that's because I walk a lot when I like my position. And some people, they just prefer to sit for 5 hours, whatever the game lasts. They just, concentrated in their chair. And also here it's a little bit tricky. Now I'm thinking, normally what I do, let's say if I'm happy with my position, I just walk in a playing hall looking at other positions. And it's not because I want to really see what's happening. It's just sort of meditation. You look here, you look there. Oh, okay, this looks interesting. Maybe I will check later on. It's kind of to recharge, and then when you come back to your position, you maybe have a fresh, fresh view on it. Here, there is no other positions. So you're just walking in the empty playing hall, right? So you might as well just sit and look at your position. It's interesting. It's absolutely unique experience now that I'm thinking. So that you're alone, your game is the only game that is played.
And actually, I think I have the experience in the playing hall. I just walk around to see other players' game. It's like I'm traveling around the in the mountains, like to see the
wild nature or something. Yeah, exactly. Yes. So you're not really analyzing what is. Yeah, you just okay. This picture, this one. Okay, this looks nice. This is like these guys may be winning. Yeah, so you're not really spending the energy. It's more of like recharging. And I'm thinking, of course, I've never played like any sort of matches like this, but there've been a couple of times when I would be, playing the final games in tiebreaks. Not necessarily for the first place, but what I mean, like we play in Armageddon and everyone is finished and a lot of attention on your game. It's not easy. Yeah. It's not easy because I understand it's a lot of stress because it's been back and forth and tiebreak. I win, then I lose the next one, and also like everybody is watching. It's not easy at all. So I can only imagine how much pressure is on these players.
Actually, I think I can feel some pressure when you talk about this.
Yeah, but also like empty playing hall. Good thing is they're both experienced. They've both been there. They've both played this kind of matches. And again, it's crazy how it was back in the day. So one thing that I still cannot understand, I understand, but I cannot imagine at all. This Karpov-Kasparov, which lasted for half a year. Yeah. The first match, which was interrupted, this one. Yes. This is incredible. This is incredible, absolutely. It's not even like 24 games already sounds like incredibly a lot. But back then it was like the times were different, the life was slower, and so on. Right, so most of the World Championship matches of old era was played in 24 games, right? But this no-limit match to 6 wins between Karpov-Kasparov, which never finished, that was something I cannot really. It's impossible to understand nowadays. Like people play online 1 minute chess because 3 minutes seems too long for them. Right? Yes. So how life changed. Okay.
I think the match between Karpov and Kasparov is really exciting. I mean, not the first, but the second and the third. It's I think every chess players can learn a lot of things from it.
Yeah. Now, Paul, this is again like while we have a pause in the game, maybe we could discuss a little bit because that was my feeling about all this new kind of way of learning chess. I understand you're learning cool things much faster by simply, say, analyzing with the engine. You might not know who Kasparov is, right? Because the engine is better than Kasparov, I'm sorry, and it will show you the better moves. But you're losing some part of like history and culture in a way, right? And if you check even some old Soviet players from 1950s, they had, overall, of course, nowadays we play stronger, but they had some like really amazingly cool ideas. So people always were not bad at chess, starting from, I want to say from Alechin, but maybe even earlier. There were some like really cool games. And this is part of our, it's kind of a legacy, part of our history, part of our culture. So I can only advise that every now and again, check the game of Old Masters, you will find something interesting for you. Yes. Okay, after bishop c3, still no move, and look, we've built some serious 20 minutes difference that early on. It's move 11, and it's not only 20 minutes. I'm thinking I would feel under pressure. Well, again, maybe I always feel under pressure. But when my opponent didn't spend any time, This is especially in modern times, because you never know, am I playing against this guy or this guy and his computer preparation, right? You always think, starting double guess yourself. So this 20 minutes can easily change into, I don't know, 40 minutes if Tan will once again reply quickly. So queen to e7.
And every time your opponent reply quickly, it means it's still in her preparation.
So she knows she plays the best moves. Yeah, she knows she plays the best moves. And then one more step further. Then when Stan starts thinking, you could, you being Wenjun might be thinking, okay, maybe I played the bad move.
Yes.
Because if I played good moves, she would know. And now she starts thinking, maybe I played the bad move. So that's a very, very tricky psychology about this, like second guessing. Does my opponent still follow the preparation? Yeah, queen e7, and Tan starts think herself.
Yes.
Yeah, let me see. Queen e7. Is it really? I'm checking, because database says no games after queen e7, believe it or not. Yeah, rook d8 was the most popular. I said knight d4 was played. One game, bishop e6. Yeah, queen e7 is a new move. However, what white can do? Something very reasonable. a3. Good.
So a5.
a3. And then if we play a5, and we transpose to, so we are transposing back to something known.
We mentioned before, yes.
Yeah, something known where there are some games in this position. Yeah, so queen e7, technically a novelty, but nothing dramatically new. Nothing dramatically new, and looking at the lines from computer, I don't see that white can do something, to change the course of the game completely. So the moves are rook to c1, knight to d2, a2, a3. So not much you can do that would be very original.
So maybe we can find some. I think Zhongyi now is to find the difference from queen e7 and rook d8, because we said it before. Rook d8 was played by Jiri, and it's the move most players played before.
Yeah. So queen e7 is why again you start asking yourself why she plays queen e7. What does she want?
Yes.
Yeah, maybe in some cases you really want your rook on f5. I don't really believe. No, I'm still looking at this f5, but this is way too ambitious. I don't think f5 ever is a good idea. And Tan played knight d2 relatively quickly. Knight d2.
Yes.
So this one, it's actually not so easy to say where the knight is going. Sometimes just stays on d2, because immediate knight e4 is not threatening. Bishop will drop to b6. Immediate knight c4 doesn't give much. So it's opening the diagonal for g2 bishop, and I guess just waiting.
But here, this position, I think it's not easy for black to decide which move to play.
Okay, so I can see again, I'm picking at what computer has as suggestions. It's not the top line, but one of the possible lines is to go bishop e6.
Okay, first I cannot take on c6.
Bishop e5, bishop h3. Yeah, there is this. So after bishop e6, again, many options, but let's say knight c4, just in case. And then, believe it or not, but black plays, black plays f6, but also something that I would probably try to do is to take, instead of f6, there's something that can change.
Yes.
Bishop c4, dc4, and e4. Looks very, if white doesn't do something immediately, black's position is great. Yeah, so queen, I don't understand it. Look, it says queen b3. And
Actually,
then black doesn't play b6, which I would think is like a very normal move, but goes for e3, f4, knight d4, which is probably still fine. Yeah, bishop takes, bishop takes.
yeah, you cannot take on b7 here.
Cannot take on b7 here, and it's a strange position, right? So both bishops are quite active on long diagonal, but also
Yes.
black bishop is somewhat stupid in other direction. The e3 pawn, which would be like a great pawn in any other circumstance, here it blocks your own diagonal, and for now it's not very helpful. I think this also should be considered around equal. Okay.
Yes, and I think after bishop c4 and e4, I don't. I don't think if I'm playing white, I will play queen b3. This looks.
Yeah, it looks so artificial, right?
Yes.
It looks so artificial. But to be honest, like the whole knight c4 thing, maybe you don't want to do, right? Maybe something rook c1 or not sure.
Not sure.
Yeah, rook c1. Rook fd8, and then we are transposing to something like very, very normal. Aha. Okay. So the interesting discussion could be if white actually decides to take. So bishop c6, bc6, and
Bishop
yes,
e-
we cannot. Oh well, actually, it does take e5.
Yeah. Also, I want to know because sometimes white can give up the rook.
Yeah, give up the
some-
exchange, and still because of the good structure can be good position. But here it's not bishop c3; it's actually bishop c7. So a lot of like tactical tricks. Yeah, bishop h3, bishop takes c7, and then rook moves to e8, for example, and bishop f4.
And here I can show you a trick. If white play rook
e1. Rook
e1.
e1, yeah, that's a nice trick. Yes, rook e1, and then white has a little problem. Bishop f2 and queen e3, checkmate.
Yes. Okay, and rook e8, maybe white played.
Yeah, rook e8, and white goes like bishop f4, and you can have this structure, like bishop f1, king f1.
F1.
Very unclear in my understanding. Like maybe I'm thinking like if I stabilize with white a little, maybe I need like knight f3 move or something. I actually like white because it's a very compact structure. But again, like it's very hard to play this position with computer. It immediately says g5 and you know more craziness. Yeah, like g5, knight e4. It's continuous jumping around. Bishop d4, bishop d2. Oh, any move in fact. Bishop d6, bishop e3 is possible. Yeah, so I don't think we will see this in such a early stage of the match because it's too crazy of a line. But yeah, it may be white's chance of like complicating the position, kind of making it very unbalanced.
Yes, actually, I think if black cannot play g5, or maybe just play some rook c8 or king h7 to waste some time after knight f3, maybe white will be better.
Yeah, that's also my feeling. Like what they call it, like statical advantages for white. Yes, and that's why black has to play for dynamic, because if you play slow game, white will like lift all the position, like b3, e3, d4, everything will go forward. And yeah, maybe one of the factors is like you don't really have open files for the rooks. So it's again, it's like maybe for, let's say, for people who are just learning the game, everyone tells you material is good, right? I mean, the more material, the better. But here, if you think of it, a knight is one piece and the rook is one piece also. Yes, rook is a stronger piece in specific positions, but maybe sometimes, yeah, if the knight has a very good square, if there is no open files for the rook, knight can be a very good compensation, and specifically here you have also two pawns.
Yes, this is a very a good thing to share with us, because rook has no files. It's stuck in your home. You cannot make too much progress to how to say
like
to give the pressure to your
right,
opponent.
like they say, like there are no targets, right? Even okay, I'm saying no open file. The D8 is an open file for your rook, but you're not. You're attacking the pawn which is defended. Yeah, E8. Yes, you're attacking the pawn which is defended. So you would prefer to go like rook b2 somehow magically, teleport it here on the second rank, but it's not possible. All right, and yeah, and I think, again, it's like a chess coach in me speaking, but this is the concept of kind of extra exchange is very hard to understand, in fact, because it's like one piece against one piece. All the other material advantage, okay, I have a knight, you have 3 pawns. It's more or less, yes, if the knight stops or takes the pawns, knight's better. If pawns promote, pawns are better. And here, yes, on average, rook is stronger, but many, many exceptions, right? Many, many exceptions.
Yes, I think this unbalanced exchange is really a difficult lesson in the chess, because even now I don't know I don't know which position queen is better than both rooks, or both rooks are better.
Yeah, 2 rooks against the queen. This is another one, yeah, which I think now changes a little bit with again with computers, with AlphaZero and so on. Something that you would think. Yeah. Slowly rooks will attack the pawns and take, but yeah, computer is so brilliant with the queen creating threats all the time, and it's almost impossible. Yeah, but these are how to say, like complex strategic positions, which again, normally better player prefer to have something like this unbalanced, so that I can, let's say, trick somebody who's less experienced. In our case, though. We kept saying it yesterday, I'm ready to repeat it today. Players are very evenly matched. It's more about maybe stylistic differences. As you said, the Tang would be maybe more inclined to play unbalanced positions, where Wenjun would prefer to keep it on the technical side and, you know, like clear, at least kind of clear strategic patterns. All right, so after knight d2, again, Wenjun spends more time.
Yes.
And the time difference. So far, the main kind of intrigue of this game, how much time advantage Zhongyi is going to get before we will be sure that she's out of the preparation. Right, because now she spent like 2-3 minutes, but also it doesn't tell you anything. It's unclear. Like maybe she just recalled what she wanted to do against this setup and played it quickly. So again,
so
Wenjun thinking.
This is really dangerous in the game when your opponent is still in the preparation and the position doesn't show any details which what she need to do.
Yeah, exactly. So that's maybe the most intriguing moves are like next 3, 4, 5 moves until you understand at least like what you're playing for, right? Yeah. Like yesterday, remember we had this very mobile pawn structure, and we were not even sure, like optically looks good for white, but also if black center starts to move, maybe black will be better. And then the moment this exchange on d5 happened and something, and we understand, okay, now it's clear, and also players started to play much faster. So this is the most kind of the trickiest way. Opening stage is more or less over, so now it's like very early middle game. And I think the only early middle game which is easy to play is the opposite castles in the Sicilian, because you push the pawns. I mean, at least you know, okay, this is your target. This is the king here. I need to attack the king. This is much more. This is much trickier, of course. Knight d2. What else? What else are? Knight to d4. Knight to d4, which is. So after e3, knight b5, it will be some sort of transposition. Now, interestingly, computer likes knight to c4. I'm not quite sure let's say what happens after. No, sorry, I'm confusing. No, not playing e3, but knight c4. Knight c4 immediately, yes. Knight c4 immediately.
So e3 is the threat in next
I guess, yeah, like e3 is maybe a threat. Bishop g4 just simply rook e1. And rook d8 looks logical, right? Rook a d8. Ah, but
I
also
cannot
there is
take
like
them.
b7 maybe hanging sometimes.
But c6 maybe.
Yeah,
Yeah,
not now. Yeah,
not
not
now.
now. Yeah, let's just like queen d2 is the next move. Honestly, it's something very hard for me to understand because I'm still looking for the
Yeah.
way to play e3, which is never the case. Even on the next move, I don't think I'm playing e3. So queen d2, it's mostly to play b4. I think b4 is like if you go c6, it's b4, bishop b6. And even then, white is not taking, white's going queen b2, and then maybe goes a4. So white is ready to wait for this knight on d4, like not exchange, not push away the knight from d4, but just like it stays there, and white's happy with this. Computer thinks that white has 0.4 advantage, so like 1/4 of the pawn.
Yes.
Or 40% of the pawn. I don't know how to.
Because, let's imagine if I play the a4 and b5, you take. For example, you just waste some moves. I take, and I can have a bishop b4 or take on b6, and your pawns.
Yeah, the pawns are. Yeah, absolutely. You've described that what white kind of ideal scenario, what white wants in this kind of English openings. Even like if not winning the material immediately, but creating these weaknesses on the queen side, and very often, okay, maybe not very often, but sometimes you will have, let's say, all the queen side disappears, and white has 5 pawns, black has 4 in the center and on the king side. Now, e3 already played.
And the knight b5.
e3, knight to b5 happened.
So maybe we will see the same pawn structure like yesterday.
With white having all this.
Yes.
Yeah, right. Look, I mean, if I wanted too much, I can actually go a4, right?
Yes.
a4 to almost force you. I mean, you will not be dancing with this knight anymore. Yes, knight c3,
yes, of course.
bc3. Yeah, and then d4. And well, honestly, computer doesn't think it's the best move, a4. But looking at this position, isn't it comfortable for white to play? You just go d4. Maybe some a5 on that side.
Yes,
yeah?
you need to be careful for your bishop. For example, like d4, bishop b6, I have a5.
Yeah, so bishop will have to go to d6. Yeah, maybe king h8 is kind of not ideal.
Bishop d6.
Yeah, bishop d6 immediately maybe. And then still we can go a5 first. So computer meets a5 with rook b8. This is how it wants to play. Rook b8 and no, seriously, I would still think that white has a very pleasant position.
Yes. Knight
c4, you know, and like just maybe some pressure on the b file, and also very clear what to do. And also, yes, you're right. I didn't understand it from the beginning. It's the structure that Zhongyi already had. So it's not with reverse color, with the same color. So she can force pretty much the structure she was ready to play yesterday, and probably in a, in a favorable version, because here she has already castled and all good.
Yes. And this maybe shows why yesterday she played the g6.
Ah, right. E6, G6. Yeah, it's a similar structure. Right. And I'm looking at what computer has to offer. There is a funny move, bishop a5, because I wanted to say like we will lose this bishop for a knight anyway. No, actually you can play bishop a5.
Yes, and you can
and then a4 next move. Yeah. But it's not clear if it's better than just going a4. So black will play c6 in this case, and for example a4, knight c7, and then maybe knight to e6. But even then, this looks very pleasant. I think for English opening standards, white should be happy, because it's not very often you get this type of initiative in English opening. Okay, so after knight b5, let's see. maybe before going for the first break today, we will be waiting for Tan Zhongyi's next move. If she will not spend half hour on this one, but decide. The other hand, I just recalled what we were talking yesterday, that whenever you have a chance to change the structure, this is the critical moment, right? So
Yes.
indeed, a choice between, I think I can say bishop a5 and any other move, because black will probably take, not only after a4, but after, say, knight c4 or something, black will probably take on c3 anyway.
Yes, and so maybe knight c4.
Maybe knight c4 is kind of better idea. Yeah, knight c3, bc3.
Yeah, but actually a4 is also
a4 is also kind of good,
yeah.
because yeah, a4, a5, something like that. Honestly, here, like if I would not see what computer says like it's very, very small plus, similar to what we had yesterday, like the plus 0.20 something. I'll be very happy with white. I don't know,
Yes.
maybe it's like misunderstanding, but to me it would look like I have a fantastic pawn structure. The pair of bishops is not so important, at least now. Like I will go d4 at the very least, and
I will
maybe
have
exchange
a
the
very safe
bishop.
position.
Yeah, like a very good center. King is absolutely safe. I have the b file. Yeah, I'd be very happy.
And actually, I think bishop a5 it's a good idea, but I'm not very like this move, because for example, let's say c6, a4, knight c7. We mentioned it before. Because you played e3, I think after rook d8, bishop f5, you will d3 pawn will hang. And
yeah, you're right. So that maybe like keeping the bishop is good, but also like since we play e3, maybe we don't care that much about this bishop. In fact, if black takes c3, we take bc3. Now we don't care about d3 pawn. We can always go d4. Yeah. Yeah, okay. But for now, after this knight b5, we can surely say that this is something new, right? So this has never been played. And that makes it exciting. Still 20 minutes difference on the clock in favor of Tan Zhongyi. And I think maybe this will be the time that we do take our first break. And yes, during this break, you guys will have a chance to watch a recap of day one.
Yes, there's a lot of highlights in the recap. You can enjoy it. And I think Tan Zhongyi played...
yeah, she did play a4.
a4, yes.
So knight takes should come more or less automatic.
Yes, so
pawn takes, and then it will be, I think this will be the next moment to pause after a4, knight takes, pawn takes.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe we wait for one more move from Wenjun. Please don't tell me you are considering... No, knight d6 is impossible. Yeah, knight d6, it's before a5. And game over, yeah. So it's in fact only move.
Yeah.
But the fact that she pauses, it actually... It's not like she cannot see that it's the only move, course, right? Yeah. But it's the sign of, you know, not being very confident. So kind of second guessing the choices.
Yeah, actually, some friends tells me they when they saw the game yesterday of Wenjun, because she played with a pawn up, but play some knight d5, knight f4, h3. They think it shows she is not very confident.
So like she wanted to make a draw, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, knight takes, pawn takes.
But actually, I think Wenjun in all her World Championship match, she is the one who performed better in maybe 3-4 games later. She is.
So in the so she kind of starts relatively slow, and then and the move she played, c7, c6, could be a bit of a problem later on, because if white goes a5, let's say, don't know if immediately or after.
Yeah.
It feels like d4 we can always play, so let's go a5. And this idea that white wants to play a6, it's always there, right? It's not even like white plays a6 immediately, but it's always somewhat annoying that you have to watch out. And probably you do not want to play a6 yourself, because then one white pawn stops like pretty much all of your queenside pawns.
Yes. It's the same as we said. We play the h6, then we don't need to want to play f6.
Exactly. So that too many holes on the light squares. Yeah. So I think this is the time for us to take our first break and for you guys to watch the highlights. So far, looks like this particular game, at least the opening event of it, went in favor on Zhongyi. Seriously?
Here in Shanghai, China with Women's World Champion Zhu Wenjun for the 2025 Women's World Championship match. Zhu, let's get right into it. You beat Tan in your 2018 match. What worked for you then and how will you apply it to this match?
Well, in the 2018, this is that time I was first time to play the Women's World Championship match, and everything is very exciting and very fresh for me, and it was where my dream came true. And this time I think I've had many experience and I'm ready for the match.
Having more experience is very important. You were a challenger last time, now you're coming in as reigning world champion. Do you think there's a bit more mental pressure?
Yeah, I think there will be some pressure, but also it helps me maybe to concentrate it in chess, and I think it's important to play one game by one game and just try to performance myself.
And you've played different formats, knockout and match.
Yes.
What are the key differences for you and which one do you prefer?
I think they are both very, very interesting for me, and I think well, this match is it is like more. There are more games, and I feel maybe for the match it is more tense and also more concentrated and hardworking.
Yeah. And you've said that Miroshnichenko was your toughest opponent so far. Why is that? And do you expect this match to also be tough?
Well, I said that Miroshnichenko is my toughest match because I feel at that time I was she played well, and I think I was always try to catch her at some point, and and also she is at the first time she is quite younger than me, so it's and everything is very new for me. And for this time, I think we both know each other well, so I guess well, it's a kind of double-edged. Like we know each other, and also we know how to play each other.
Mm-hmm. How is that, playing against someone you know so well that you played against your whole life? For a title, nonetheless.
Wow, for a title, I think we just try to be ourselves and try to for me try to be myself and try to performance my chess well, and just try not to think about she as like a long-time teammate and friend, and I just try to concentrate in myself.
Yeah, not friends on the chessboard.
No, unfortunately.
And you played tiebreaks before, and you recently won the Women's Blitz World Championship. How do you feel about it, the possibility of this match going into tiebreaks? Do you feel confident?
Well, I guess I didn't think about the tiebreak yet, but I guess anytime in any circumstances, I must be ready for it. So if there will be a tiebreak, and I think I will, be confident and also try to play well there.
And you really have cemented your place in the world as one of the top female players, one of the top players in the world for a while now, being the world champion. How do you see yourself among the greats like Judith Polgar, Hou Yifan, just to name a few?
Well, I feel that I feel every woman chess player, they are very strong and talented. And of course, for this Judith, she used to be like top 10 in the world, not just in the female. And also for Hou Yifan, she is 4 times women's world champion. And she won the title in quite young age. And but I had to mention that I think Xie Jun, she was like the first woman world champion who's from China, and also her success and helped a lot of like a generation like me, and also many chess players to knowing chess and becoming a professional chess player. And for me, I guess I was lucky that I in a good time, like I have a lot of tournament, and also there's this Shanghai chess, they support me a lot. And so I was step by step, So I guess it was very, many help, and I'm grateful for it.
And it's important you mentioned Xie Jun, who paved the way for Chinese women's chess, and you're carrying the baton over. What do you think makes chess in China so? Why is China dominating women's chess?
Well, I guess that we are, we have this team working and hard working, and also I guess there's many tournaments in China, so that we were also very hard working, and also some men chess players they will help the women chess player to grow stronger.
Right, a strong team chess community.
Yes.
Yeah. And tell me, what do you think, which quality do you have that makes you world champion?
Well, quality. I guess maybe I was concentrated and maybe work hard like this.
Important. And my final question for you is, you have many fans around the world, a lot of them watching this tournament, this match very closely, especially a lot of young girls. Do you have any message for them?
Well, I think if playing chess is very cool, and also you just playing with passion and just focus on it, and It's really good that when you won a game and when you just making the like a game that you make a plan and you just keep going on that. And also I think chess can make you knowing some great people and good friends.
Right. Well, thank you so much, Zhu, and good luck for your match.
Thank you.
So my first question to you is a chess one from a Grandmaster's perspective. What is your stance on the quality of play of both players here, and what are we expecting to see from this match?
Well, of course, both players are very experienced, and both they had a crown of, and one still has, of the world champion, women world champion, and they know how to play the matches. They know how to take the risks. So, as we see already from the first game, it will be a very even match with very close chances and with minimum risks from both sides. That's how I predict. You know, ladies are unpredictable, so it's difficult to predict the ladies' chess, and especially to understand it sometimes. Psychological part, of course. But definitely it will be a good level. It will be a good level. I don't expect many mistakes or some crazy decisions. They will look for weaknesses in each other's setups to maybe it will be very important this opening part. Even today it was already some interesting duel in the opening. Unfortunately it didn't go too sharp, so now the position as we see it's simplifying, and most probably it will be a draw, but it will be a tough match. It will be a very even, balanced match.
And let's talk about the organizational part of things. China is obviously very used to organizing Women's World Championship matches. What went into this one specifically?
Well, this match has a very interesting nuance because it's organized in two cities, and it's like the both champions, they represent their own city, so it's fairly split in two. The first part will be in Shanghai, Wenjun's city, and the second will be in Chongqing, Zhongyi. So that's the specific about this match. But from organization point of view, as we can see, we are in a wonderful space. I mean, I don't know how many 1,000 square meters this academy has, but you can host the whole match here. You can still have some events, side events, some simuls, some other events, and I mean the facilities are excellent. I'm sure about that. So practically the organization is perfect, as usual in China. Even it's behind the scene, of course, you can always have some questions, difficulties, but as a FIDE technical delegate, I don't see problems here at all.
And let's talk about the formats of the match as well. We've had, this one specifically is a match over 12 games, but the Women's World Championship title has also been decided with knockout format. So from FIDE's perspective, what are the main differences here, and what do you think the players prefer?
Well, the players prefer more entertaining, more money, and the players, it's obvious. But I would still see a difference if we compare the Open or the classical World Championship match played mostly amongst the men and the ladies one. I think maybe for ladies would be more interesting to have more ladies on the stage competing for the World Championship title as we had before. This is a question always of marketing. It depends also of sponsors, what they prefer to see. Maybe it will be more attractive, this type of format. But this is my personal opinion. It's not a FIDE opinion at all. It's my personal understanding of chess with more than 40 years of experience in chess. So, but this one is, of course, it's always good to have this, the best players playing each other. It's a classical format, and everybody respects and understands it.
And chess in China, specifically women's chess, what are your thoughts on that? Why are they dominating women's chess?
Well, this is a good question. I myself used to train. I'm still official trainer of one of the 6 world champions coming up from China, Zhu Chen. And I can see that they're of course, beside the fact that they're very talented, very smart, very organized, but they're very also, kind of focused to the target. Even I saw today their eyes both yesterday also in the opening ceremony, Tan Chong-yi, Zhu Wenjun. You can see that they are very deeply focused inside. I mean, they can concentrate, they can. And for ladies, this is very important because, ladies are more emotional. They have different destructive things in their life. And I think this may be one of the, among the other, this talent, school, everything they have very nice, of course. But I think this maybe makes them different from other nations. So that's why China, as I mentioned yesterday on the opening ceremony, has 6 out of 17 world champions. So that is fantastic.
And do you have any final remarks as a FIDE's delegate, especially to all the fans watching worldwide?
Well, I would definitely see them somehow more engaged. I don't know, maybe some betting or some guessing moves or something. But I hope they will enjoy it. I would definitely split them into 2 teams, in the Zhu Wenjun team and the Tan Chong-yi team, and root for them. And but I just wish them to enjoy the match, and I hope they will get what they look for.
Welcome back to FIDE Women's World Championship Match 2025. We are in the second hour of a second game. Tan Zhongyi with white against Zhu Wenjun, the defending champion, with black. And right before going to the break, we said it looks like white has managed to get something out of the opening. In fact, very pleasant advantage. How big it is remains to be seen, but we do like the position of Tan Zhongyi. Yeah, and during the break, only one move was played. So after a5, black replied with bishop to d7. This is well, one of the possible moves, but computer was showing a funny line that we were discussing, and maybe said that it's very unlikely that humans will play it, right? So just to ignore the threat of a6 and go rook b8, so that after a6, black would play b5. Bishop takes c6, just go rook to d8. And if d4, e takes, c takes, and bishop b4, and computer says black is fine, probably because of rook b6 moves, and also bishop c3, b4, yeah. So that was maybe the better way of continuing, because after bishop d7, the move that's played in the game, looks like white has like very comfortable position, even after some simple d4, knight c4 combination of moves, yeah. It's not much, it's not like white is winning, but one of those situations that we discussed yesterday, like very comfortable, and especially in a match like this. You have 0 chances of losing, you have slight pressure, also you have 20 more minutes on the clock against your opponent, so very comfortable situation for Tan Zhongyi overall. And you told me, Zhu, in a previous match, she was getting in a time trouble, especially first games, right?
Yes, and also in the 2 years ago, the last World Championship match from Zhu Wenjun and Lei Tingjie, she is also not in good form in the opening of the first few games, and then maybe like 20 minutes down or something, and she managed to cross these difficulties and make some draws, and
then finally, yeah, she won the match. But again, 12 games seems like a lot, but if we recall latest Women World Championship matches, it was either +1 for one of the side or even the tiebreak. So advantage of one game is very important. Like if you can win, say, game 2, game 3, something, it's a big deal. It's not like, it's not like one game doesn't matter. So of course, this any game is of tremendous importance, but this particular one, so the first to get on the scoreboard is, of course, has huge advantage. Yeah, and again, one of one of my thoughts here is like we talk a lot, usually grandmasters like to talk a lot about like two bishops advantage, right? I mean, some position that I'd say normal person would not even understand why is that, and we would say, okay, this side has advantage of two bishops. This is one of the positions where two bishops probably do not matter,
Yes.
because the dark square bishop of black doesn't really have too much work. Yeah, it's not too bad, but also it cannot really attack something. It's very, very limited with white's pawn structure. And besides, let's say, after move like knight c4, I'm just looking again at what computer says. Black cannot really keep the bishop. In fact, computer says after knight c4, maybe you need to go bishop d6 by yourself and just allow white to trade if he wants.
And I want to mention if you play the position with knight and bishop against a pair of bishops, you can do the things like Tan Zhongyi did. Just to put every pawn, maybe not every pawn, but put most of your pawns in the squares opposite color of your bishop.
Of your bishop, yeah, exactly. So that you control, let's say in our case, you will be controlling dark squares with the pawns and then the light squares with the knight and bishop.
Yes.
So in a way, you getting even like more control over light squares than your opponent, who only has the light square bishop. Yeah. So d4 is, yeah, and something like even deeper. Sometimes, like we were discussing the exchange sacrifices. Sometimes, like, if we imagine like white loses the f1 rook, black loses the d7 bishop. Sometimes even then, like because of opposite colored bishops and nice structure, you will have some compensation. Yeah. Okay. This is not happening in our game anyway. So Tan takes her time, but again, I'm not sure. Like, is there anything apart from like d4, knight c4 in some order, right?
I think maybe Tan has spent some time to focus on this pawn structure because yesterday's game she plays black and the pawn structure is like this, but maybe the position is better for white yesterday.
Yeah, now
she is better, and I think yesterday she showed her confidence to play this structure, and today.
And I'm recalling yesterday's game. There is also knight e4 move. Like yesterday there was knight e5, now knight e4 almost like guarantees you that you exchange the dark square bishop if you want to do it. Yeah. And I think we were right that, look, Wenjun, even though it's not her move, she's not walking too much. She prefers to stay concentrated, stay in her chair, using her opponent's time to think about the position. So during the break I was looking at some computer variation, how computer defends this position, and very often just doesn't really care, goes b5, opens files, everything. Yeah. But again, it's a little bit like counterintuitive. If for the human player you probably want to kind of defend the b7 pawn where it is, and this is how you get in trouble. So we were talking about intuition the first day, right? And I was thinking, yes, we have some intuition, but it's misleading. Sometimes computer shows that there is always exception to the rule. Queen b3, I think.
Queen b3, yes.
Queen b3.
And I think when the break Miro, you said queen b3 and rook fb1 is
something that I want to do. Yeah, just like to get the rook on the b file to pressure on b7. And this is pretty much what computer does. Also, after let's say rook b8 goes rook fb1.
Maybe rook. I'm not sure which.
No, not rook fb8. Of course, yeah, rook ab8, rook ab8 and rook fb1. And again, yeah, this is something that we were saying, like computers are very good at defending passively, but we humans, we want to do something. And in this position, it's very hard to do something active with black, right? The F pawn is not moving, the B pawn, you probably only create more weaknesses for yourself. So black will have to sit and wait, and this is something not very pleasant. We have a development. So black has played rook a b8.
Okay, b8, yes.
Knight e4. Knight e4.
Oh, knight e4 immediately played by.
Knight e4 wants to take the bishop on c5, I guess.
And for example, if white play rook fb1, instead of just sit and wait, maybe black can play king h8 and f5, f4 to
to at least create some activity. Yeah, you're right. Maybe that's the point. Yeah, king h8 and then trying to play f5. But look, after knight e4, can I still have this f5 idea? So I go bishop e6 now with the tempo. Let's say queen, I don't even know where it goes. a4, c2, somewhere.
I don't know, maybe queen.
You can make an argument for both of them, like queen a4.
Queen a4, yes.
Queen a4, yeah. And how bad is f5 here? It is pretty bad. Knight takes, queen takes, d4.
Oh, I can play d4.
Yeah, that's okay. It's not I'm that smart. It's computer telling me the moves. d4, queen d6, and rook b1, a b1, and it says like white much better. Even though I would not be convinced here. Like I would think, okay, e4 I can close the bishop maybe, and you know. But yeah, apparently this is good for white. Apparently this one is good for white. Interesting.
Yes.
Interesting, because again, so the best move in the position on the board after knight e4 is, again, if we trust the computer, it's bishop to d6 simply. And white doesn't even take in some cases, but just like still goes rook f to b1. Anyway, I would say for like bringing back this discussion, like if you had to choose, like it's very hard to imagine somebody says, I want to play this one with black, right?
Yes.
Yes, and that's already a very good indicator. So the position might not be like really in white, well, it might not be like a big advantage for white, but it's clearly more pleasant and safer and everything.
And this kind of position, actually, it's really hard to learn and study. Or I want to say, it's you played in the game. Maybe you will lost your mind to know what should I do later. So, I mean, if someone knows how to what's my idea and how can I do, and others lost her mind, maybe it will be really dangerous for.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those positions. You're absolutely right. Like very hard to figure out at the board, right? Because some, let's say, some positions you might not know, but there is like clear line to calculate, and you just sit and calculate. Here, it's too much calculation, too many options. Like the pawn structure is so flexible. You can do many things. Yeah, and I do not like the way it looks for Wenjun. She spends more and more time here. It's move 18. Yeah, to remind our viewers, the time control for this event is 1 hour 30 for first 40 moves. So half of her time Wenjun has already spent on move 18. By the way, she played bishop d6, I think. Yeah, bishop d6. Let's see if Tang takes the bishop, because, well, it's one of the possible moves. And I think psychologically it's still easy to, to justify, because I want like all aspects of my position to be slightly better, so just like exchange the knight for the bishop, so we have similar pieces, but mine are slightly more active. Slightly better structure maybe. But yeah. Actually, I'm surprised looking at computer evaluation. I'm surprised that it's not more. It's only plus 0.2. So, again, for maybe for somebody who doesn't know what numbers are we are talking about, yeah, computer evaluates the position a little bit different from when it used to be. So, well, when I was learning chess as a kid, there were evaluations like slightly better, much better, winning, and for both sides and equal, right? And now these numbers are fractions of a pawn. So +1 would mean one side is up a pawn, right, or has an advantage equal to one pawn. So 0.2, it's just a little fraction of a pawn, slightly better for white. And to be honest, yeah, I'm surprised. I would think it's more than only 0.2.
Yes, and you know, Miro, I have some very fun facts to tell with you. You know, maybe some amateur and a very little kid, maybe who just know how I can play the opening, and I just don't lose my pieces. When they talk to you, they will say, if I play this opening, it's like 0.5.
Yeah. This is people so obsessed with this engine, right?
Yes.
You're absolutely right. And this is something, again, this is maybe an advice for people at home. Then when you say you're a club player, you're only learning the game, try to understand why you play this move. Because, and you know, good reason to play a move because I want to play this and this and this, and not because computer says it's the first line. Because I've met many students like this. Why did you do this? Because computer says it's a good move. Yes, maybe, but then next move you blunder a rook. You know, the next move you blunder a rook. So it's not very, you know, it's not very helpful to kind of memorize the computer moves without understanding what, what's the point. Okay, so again, a choice for Zhongyi. Something, okay, this is never an idea in this position, just wanted to say one thing. They actually do this sometimes in this English opening. I'm talking about the move f4, which is never a move here, of course, but f4, black says pass, let's say king h8, and you go f5, and all of a sudden you are probably happy. I don't know. Yeah, maybe even here, maybe black goes f6 and it's just nothing. But sometimes, like expanding with the f pawn is actually good. Makes your knight on e4 a very strong piece. Yeah, and then you just like try to ignore the bishop. You never take on d6, and you try to play for some sort of an attack with g4, h4, and so on. Yeah, but of course, in this position, if you play f4, black will be very happy to take to open some files and some diagonals for the bishop. Zhongyi captures on d6.
Yes.
Knight takes d6, queen takes d6 will follow.
Yes, and knight d6, I think it's a very common decision, because if you don't play, for example, rook fb1, black maybe have chance to play bishop c7 and let's say king h8, f5.
f5, yeah, and then your knight on e4 kind of loses you time. Yeah, so then if you went knight e4, you were probably planning to take on d6 anyway.
Yes.
Yeah, so we will see queen takes. Actually, I don't know why still not played.
Yes.
Because this is
the second time today.
Yeah, second time today when it's the only, but this one is even more obvious. Even if it's like leads to bad position, you cannot really not take on d6.
Because she
she was not at the board, so this is the explanation. Yeah, I was talking like she's seated at the chair all the time, and now she was not at the board. Yeah, the moment Wenjun returns to the board, she of course captures on d6, and I'm thinking d4 will be played. Yes, it's already on the board. d4, so now the position is kind of clarified. White has, well, better center, maybe a bit more active pieces. But to my surprise, computer says no worries at all, takes on d4, and after cd4 goes rook to c8, or even b5 immediately. This is something that really amazes me, like b5 immediately. Yes. Yeah, because b5, when I see a move like b5, I'm thinking rook c1, rook c5, almost winning.
Yes, it seems
Computer says it's equal. I don't know how it is. Rook c1, like probably some crazy dynamic with the b pawn. So like bishop e6, attacking the queen, and then if queen moves to b2, bishop c4, bishop f1, c5, you know, like tricks all the time. Bishop c4, and yeah, after.
even
Can they play c5? I don't understand now. I said all this line. After queen c3, maybe it's different after queen c3. Queen c3, it's not bishop c4, sorry, it's rook f to c8 if queen is on c3. Just somehow this works and later on starts pushing the b pawn forward.
yes,
Yeah.
just
Yeah,
know
it's
everything and
running
push.
fast. Yeah. So now the question is, even like, it's easy to explain when you know this line is like, computer confirms it's the best line. How easy it will be for Wenjun to play like that?
I think it's very hard to play b5 anyway.
Yeah, b5 move by itself is like not very common. And also, like I'm thinking, I might probably not even like consider taking on d4 if I don't have to, like maybe playing rook e1, you know, to actually, maybe I actually want to play e4 to block the bishop on g2. But it's not a great idea. Rook e, computer doesn't care. Rook e8 just does some rook b1 stuff.
Yes.
Rook b1, and if e4
and c4.
Yeah, I think it's e4, c4, and all of a sudden this is much better for white.
Yes.
So I'm guessing c5 and then b7 is real target, or queen c2. Yeah, like piling up on the b file. Okay, let's see. So we've explained what, let's say, what our human brain is thinking, and now we know that computer is actually not afraid and just says you can take, go b5 or rook c8 and b5, something like that.
Yes, and I want to say after b5, for example, the position after queen c3, rook f c8, we just mentioned it before. It's really hard for me to understand why this position is equal because, for example, I play queen c5, and I'm not
still,
sure.
yeah, like the b pawn doesn't seem that dangerous, right? c6 is always weak.
Maybe I take, and maybe I can have a6, bishop b7 to block your rook. I mean, if you just push the b pawn, I'm not sure, but
yeah, I guess b4 here, right? And then if bishop rook takes, yeah, I guess just take b3.
Take b3. But here d5 you have
d5 bishop f5 or b2 and bishop f5. So it is tricky, yeah.
Yes. If I can play e4, d5, everything is.
Like if we move all the pawns forward, then we just like black bishop is not playing at all, right? And then we are happy. Yeah, but this is again, a perfect example of us knowing the pattern that c6 pawn is weak and computer showing us the exception, right? So dynamically, black is just in time by one move. If we have two moves here, e4, d5, we are winning.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. So after d4, another tough decision for Wenjun. The position is not desperate. In fact, computer doesn't even think that it's worse for black, but she has to come up with good moves again. And she doesn't take on d4. She moved one of the pawns. And I'm not sure, did you get the update on the move? Because I didn't yet. I still have the position with all the pawns on the board.
Yes.
b6.
So do I.
b7, b6. Yeah. A, b6. A, b6. So now white has maybe some ideas on the a file, but rook a7 is not so. No. Oh, well, maybe, like rook a7.
Not that
but
useful.
again, computer says like you have nothing to attack on the bishop e6.
Maybe bishop d5 or something just to.
Yeah. So in fact, after b6 and exchange on b6, something that computers thinks is the best move is to actually go d5. d5, and then if pawn takes, to take with the bishop and try to claim that your bishop on d5 is better than the bishop on d7. It's already like quite minimal, right? It's not like, it felt like such a big or rather long-lasting advantage, and now it's something like very minimal we are talking about, like queen, I don't know, c7 maybe,
But this
or even bishop c6.
Yeah, even bishop e6.
Bishop e6 maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
Even bishop e6 should be fine.
But this position makes me remember the game between Zhu Wenjun and Lei Tingjie in the last
World Championship
match. Yes, and this game is in Shanghai, and I think Lei Tingjie wins the game. It's very similar.
With white, yeah,
with
like
white.
With
Yes, some bishop on d5, and in the game I think Lei Tingjie played c4, e4, and
support the bishop and
yeah.
this kind of very strong outpost on d5. Okay, we shall see. So for now, still keeping this 20 minutes advantage on a clock.
Yes.
Move 22 for white to play. So not a time trouble yet for Zhu Wenjun, but it can be easily. Like if next few moves she spends like 20 minutes, it can easily be like an unpleasant situation. You know, because still you have to be very precise. Maybe it's not as bad for black, but not yet equal.
Yes.
Have to be very, very precise.
But I have to say, I think the last few moves Zhu Wenjun played are really solid.
Yeah. She played solid, and also, yeah, like b6, felt like when she played b6, actually she kind of regains the confidence back. Yeah, ab6, ab6, everything's good.
Yes.
Now, I'm also thinking, like, what else white can do? Because the other moves... Now rook b1 kind of doesn't make much sense, strangely,
Yes.
because the b pawn is no longer under serious pressure.
So maybe
Yeah, like
let's
d5.
try something different. For example, if I play queen b4 here.
Yeah, okay, that's a good question. Queen b4. How computer defends it? It's like exchange on b4, exchange on d4, and rook f to d8, and then I think counter-attacking d4, like bishop e6, or maybe even bishop e8 later,
Yes.
and double on the bishop e8, rook d6, rook d. This should be again enough for a draw. Should be enough for a draw. Yeah, maybe things are not that desperate. Well, some potential improvement on this line would be to go queen a3. Again, something computer tries is queen a3, where I think, you exchange, take on d4, cd4, and okay, this is something I was curious about. Like, how bad is, let's say, if black plays c5?
Oh,
She doesn't need to, but let's say potentially something like this. c5, d takes, b takes, and let's say white wins this pawn, which white probably cannot even win this pawn. Rook c1, rook c8, yeah? Or rook c3, I don't know. Yeah, rook c1, rook c8, rook c3. But we cannot take yet, because rook b1, bishop h3, right? So black maybe even rook c7. I know it's ugly, but rook c7 and next move rook c8. Even though still, this is like white is playing and black is on defensive. Yeah, I agree. Like, this is not very pleasant to play for black. This c pawn will never go anywhere and always will be a target. But maybe even this is holdable.
Yes, but I want to mention, I remember a game Anatoly Karpov played white, but there's an a3 pawn and a6 pawn for both sides, and some moves like this position, and this kind of position, and both players has a a pawn,
and he won.
He won the game.
Yeah,
Yes, just
like slowly
push the pawn. Yes. But I think without a point,
yeah, maybe without a pawn is easier because even some 4 versus 3 will be a draw, right?
Yes.
Like if we have, like now here without bishops, I can just move the rook. You take c5, and it's still a draw.
It's still a draw. Yeah.
Okay, so important decision for Zhongyi. From what we know, d5 is one try to play for advantage. Something like, okay, I'm thinking rook a6. Is rook a6 a move? What's interesting, compared to most of our moves, rook a7, rook a6, it replies the same. It takes d4, ed4, and goes c5, and doesn't care much.
Yes.
Yes, b pawn is weak, but it's the only weakness, and very often, even if you win the b pawn, it's closer to a draw.
Yes.
So this is, yeah, maybe it's not as bad
Because
as we are trying to present it at some point.
Yes. Especially if black puts her b pawn on b5, and you have to, if you take on b5, you have to exchange everything on b5, and only with a rook it's easier for
it's already like a draw.
Yes.
Yeah, rook e8, and you just say wait, and we exchange everything, and
it's still
it's
drawish.
just a draw. Okay, maybe not just a draw. You still have to know something, not to get into some like really unpleasant positions, but it should be a draw, with precise play.
Yes.
Let's better call it this way. All right, so what's interesting is like first hour, of course, opening, they both know, so we get a lot of moves. And usually the second hour of play is the slowest.
Yes.
So today's game, we had what? Move 16 at the beginning of the second hour, bishop d7, and now we are approaching slowly but surely approaching the end of the second hour, and only 5 moves played so far. AB6, AB6, but yeah, of course, the most how to say, chunky part of the game, if you will, right? Because maybe the sharper, okay, this game doesn't look sharp, but some games later on, the sharpest usually will be closer to the time trouble, to the game 40, move 40. I mean, like a lot of things happening. But this is where usually the game between professional is really decided, I think, right after the opening. Yeah, so that's choosing the right plan and so on. Of course, you can make mistake later on, but this is kind of the real fight for people who understand. Yeah, it looks like subtle little moves, but this is where the real discussion happens, kind of. Okay, so let's see if this one will be a draw. Then they will both have good sleep during the rest day. Yeah, let's remind our viewers that tomorrow's the rest day, and ideal case scenario, of course, you want to win before the rest day, but like at least not losing is already a good start. Yeah, I always wondered like how hard it is to have a free day during the World Championship match, because like if it's an open tournament and I'm getting a free day, I can go to museum or a park or whatever, right? For a match like this, of course you are still in the process. You cannot just disconnect and say, okay, today's my day off, I go, I don't know, to a bar. No, you still kind of, part of you wants to prepare, part of you understands you want to recharge, kind of recover, especially later in the match. So it is very stressful on the players. Even their free days, they're not really free days, but like just some time to reflect and prepare for the next games.
But for us, a rest day, a free day is
usually like a gift, right?
Yeah,
because there's so many tournaments when, in fact, you have 2 rounds a day. So having a rest day, usually, you're in a good mood. Okay, so we highlighted like white has quite a few continuations. None of them seem to pose like a real problem for black. But still, white still has the initiative, and Tanjani has to decide the way she wants to shape the game. Maybe indeed d5 c takes, and as you said, this plan of like supporting the bishop on d5. Let's say bishop c6 maybe.
Yes, because bishop e6, if I take on e6, it's anyway. Black maybe not satisfied with his her position.
Yeah, like I was thinking about this because first we said it's just a draw, but also like the worst double pawns that we could have. Like if it would, these double pawns would be on f file, I would not have any problem because I can actually lose one of them and still kind of draw 3 versus 4. Here, like if you drop e6 pawn and you're left with like 3 versus 4, this is already like very close to be losing.
Yes.
So maybe this is like not ideal scenario. But let's imagine, doesn't matter, bishop c6 or bishop e6, white just goes c4. And black has b5, of course. And everything disappears. Yes, so this is not really a try. This is something like very, very minimal. Yeah, maybe after all, Wenjun will just find all these moves and we will have another well fought but also like peaceful game. Rook to a7. Rook to a7 is played. And now, yeah, like takes bishop e6 is what computer recommends. Rook e7, one of those moves that I would probably make in a second in a blitz game. Yeah, okay, that's the 7th rank, open file, let's go. But if you make it after some time, it could actually mean that you couldn't find anything better. You understand? It's probably empty after rook a7, because really, if I could play rook a7 and d5, let's say, so I play two moves, d5, c5, bishop d5. All of a sudden, this is like getting quite serious, right? Even with like, yes, you unpin, c takes, bishop takes, f6 even, but still, like now I feel like maybe there is something. Rook d1, you know, yeah. So some tricks, and also like a lot of light squares weakened around the black king. So maybe this is like something, but black will not sit and wait. I'm thinking, yeah, black will probably not sit and wait and not go king h8. Okay, let's see. 14 minutes for Wenjun to reach the move 40.
So let's say now black can play e takes d4 first.
Yeah, ed4, cd4, bishop e6. And now moves like queen c2, queen c3. Black doesn't even play c5, but first goes rook c8. It could be one of those positions where the bishop on g2, which was like we got accustomed to this idea. The bishop on g2 is always good, but now c5 will be played, and bishop is very beautiful and attacks absolutely nothing.
Yes.
Yeah, like sometimes in Catalan you have this, that you rely on this bishop to press black's queen side, and then the queen side moves and the bishop is absolutely empty. So yeah, it's not impossible. And again, after rook c8, rook c1, I'm looking at the computer and I would be trying to play c5, but the computer goes b5. This is hilarious. And it starts saying, you know what, black might actually be slightly better. So I think it's still a draw, but like, yeah, the pawn is moving. The pawn is moving. So perhaps white is never in time to really like take on c6 because the b pawn will be running too fast. And again, of course, if white feels like risky, ed4 can always be answered with ed4. I mean, whenever you feel like, okay, I might actually be in a bit of trouble, like you can always answer with ed4, so white never ever has any problem here. But also, yeah, now it doesn't, after rook a7, it doesn't seem like white has any advantage also.
Yes.
Yeah. So
Yeah, I think the reason why black cannot play c5, I don't want to say cannot, but computer don't like c5 maybe after queen c3, I mean here, bishop e6, queen c3, or for example you play c5, maybe I will have d5.
yeah, so bishop
not
e6,
sure.
wait, how is that? Rook a7, takes, bishop e6, queen c3, yeah, and if you go c5, yeah, you're absolutely right, yeah, c5 here is just stupid because of d5.
Yes, and
Black cannot take, and then, yeah, bishop d7, e4, white is actually getting there.
yes, I can push my pawn, and seems like it's more effective than black's pawn on queen side.
Yeah, and this is like, I'm not sure. I wanted to come up with like opening when you have this, but there are some like structures like this. So in the end game, very often it's the opposite because king can help with stopping the central pawns and then the side pawns moving. But in the middle game, like the central pawns, they move and they kick your pieces all the time, and you lose time more and more, and eventually, like here, the line, like, okay, white is winning if this position happens, and more than +1 for white. After f6, white first place, can play f4, but stronger is rook f to a1.
Yes, to stop.
Yeah, b5, rook a6, yeah. b5, just rook a6, and white wins, and
Yes, everything is
black is like in a big trouble. White's potential idea is just f4, e5, and so on. Yeah, so it has to watch out. So b5's c5 is not a great option then.
Yeah, so rook f c8, and the idea is just to want to play b4, b5, b4,
Yeah,
b3.
looks like this. Or maybe, yeah, bishop b6, yeah, exactly. Bishop b6, queen c3, rook f8. And it's not much we can do, it seems. Yeah. Like plays b5 literally against any white's move.
Yes.
I guess you can play rook a6
To stop b5.
to stop b5, yeah. Rook a6. Yeah, actually,
rook
maybe
a6
not
is
so
good.
stupid. Maybe not so stupid. Rook a6 and then intending rook b1. But I'm afraid like one of the ways would be, is bishop bishop d5.
If I play e4,
Yeah, e4 and just to go back.
go back.
Because now I didn't play c5 and I closed the g2 bishop.
Ah, yes.
Maybe this. I mean, I don't know. It's like
But if I play
for
rook
computer,
e1,
it's everything is like it says everything is equal. Yeah, rook c1 and then starts attacking the d pawn like rook d8.
yes, maybe I
rook
cannot
d8.
take on c6 in
Yeah. And in this line, if you try to take everything, rook b6, yes, black takes, queen d4, and cannot take on c6
Yes.
because rook d1. Okay. So all these lines that we are showing and might seem irrelevant, in fact, this is what players, more or less this type of lines, they have to calculate. And it's much easier for me when I see this is equal and this is equal, but you're in the game, no one tells you, okay, this is good. So you have to make sure yourself, is this good? Do you have to play b5 with black? Do you have to opt for c5 in some variation? Yeah, that's why even like something that seems simple, and especially when you're watching it at home without any pressure and possibly like looking at computer lines, it seems very simple, but players are still very tense, of course.
And actually, I think if I played without engine in the game, I don't want to play e takes d4 here. The exchange for me is not
Not favorable. Yeah,
Yeah.
same. I feel like for this structure, you either keep it on e5 or, as I was saying, like maybe e4 one day or e5
Yes.
c5 even, right? Like e5 c5 maybe pawns like this. The exchanging on d4, it's either like you have some forced continuation. Yeah, I take because I go, go c5, create passed pawn. But
Yeah.
just to exchange and continue is a little bit strange, right? I
Yes.
agree.
And you give the c5 for white. It seems like not
Yeah, so you're just helping your opponent, it seems. Yeah.
but in other words, if black don't play exchange the pawn, you will never have the idea b5, b4 to.
Yeah, but wait a second. Can we start with bishop e6? What's the probably there is no difference. We can we can just go bishop e6 and queen then a queen a3. Black can always exchange.
And now
And
you
same
have
thing,
to
e takes, c takes, e takes, c takes, rook c8. Now
But,
it goes c5. Now it goes c5.
For example, rook c1, you can play c5 here.
Rook c1, yeah, c5.
Yes, because it's
No, wait a second. No, I'm lying here. Rook c1, c5, d5, still white is better.
Yes. So even in the endgame, still this pawn is better for
it
white.
seems like white is still better. So after rook c1, same trick, b5.
Still b5.
Still b5, which is, again, it's very, very surprising to us. But yeah, b5 and we cannot take once again because this is running too fast.
Too fast. Yeah, actually, I think it's a new knowledge to me.
Yeah, so some new trick. You know what? Not even this, not even exchanging on c6. Now that I'm checking, it actually goes before immediately. It actually goes before immediately, and the difference is that if you take c8, rook c8, and I don't understand, I'm sorry.
How about rook a8 now?
Rook a8, yes, that's the line. So takes.
Seems like
Bishop takes.
I'm confident with the position because I think you cannot. You have nothing on the queen side.
Yeah, well, but what's incredible is g6 now is the move, and again, even from afar, I can imagine myself like calculating to this position, looking at the line with b3. Yeah. Bishop e4, b2, bishop b1, I stop the pawn, and then my king comes, and maybe I'm winning.
Yes, I'm winning.
And then I reach this position after bishop a8, and now apparently g6 is almost like winning for black.
Yes.
Because bishop e4, black will have bishop f5. After bishop d5, black will have bishop c2.
And it's winning.
And this is it. Yeah, this is it. Black is winning a piece. So how dangerous this b pawn is in all those variations. It's absolutely incredible. Okay, so Wenjun seems to be somewhat stuck here. Still did not decide what to do after rook to a7. And maybe this is our chance to take another short break because this game promises to be longer than game one. At least we still have conflict on the board after 2 hours. So maybe we'll take our chance to have another 5 minutes break and we'll return to follow game two. Welcome back everyone, welcome back to Game 2 of FIDE Women's World Championship match 2025. While we are approaching perhaps the critical stage of this game, so move 24, Wenjun is down to 23 minutes in the position that still is somewhat more pleasant for her opponent. So after we went on a break, there have been a few more moves played, right? After rook a7, black played bishop e6, and exactly as we said, e takes d4, which we know computer was recommending, it's not easy to
Yeah.
play. So Wenjun decided to play bishop e6, queen a4 went rook c8,
Yes.
rook c8, and after white's rook b1, she's thinking again.
Actually, we already talked about the position before, and we see the engine move. So we know queen a4 is not good because black can play e takes c, ed, cd, and the b5.
Again, the b5 before this idea of b pawn running fast forward.
Yes, and
Yes.
the queen a4 give a tempo for black, but
Yeah, but both players missed it, kind of confirming on our theory that yes, it's good according to computer, but something not very easy for humans to even to consider, to start calculating.
yes.
Yeah, and after rook b1, once again, one of the probably universal recipe from the computer is to go b5. But this time the variations are a little bit different. So after b5, white can play queen to a6.
If I take on d4.
And then ed4. This time e takes d4. Well, actually, it's absolutely normal for black. ed4, d4, and you can play bishop d5. I guess this is acceptable. Yeah.
Oh, bishop d5. Maybe you need to be careful about rook b5.
Let me see. Rook b5 is yeah, it is possible, but there is bishop c4.
Yeah, yeah.
Bishop c4, and black is lucky because I'm lucky. Of course, I'm looking at the computer, but yeah, like I've blundered rook b5, which is a very beautiful trick, and bishop c4 only works because after rook b8, bishop a6, the bishop actually protects the other rook.
Yes.
So I'm lucky. Otherwise, it's like check, and then take the bishop. Yeah. Yeah, bishop d5 is possible. Well, she played bishop d5 immediately. Let's see. She played bishop d5 immediately. This
And
is
This
yeah,
is
so provoking e4.
yes, and e4 like bishop e6.
Bishop e6.
This is
Yeah,
one of-
computer is happy with this. While we were thinking, no, it was a little bit different for us because we had already exchanged on d4. So here, look, but interestingly, there is a move d5. C takes, e takes, bishop f5, and rook b3. Is it possible?
No, bishop c2, I think.
This is what I would think, but computer insists on what's on bishop c2? Bishop queen a3. There is queen a3. Okay.
Yes.
There is queen a3. So computer says it's equal, but even if it's equal, it's even more unbalanced because now anything can happen. White d pawn can become strong one day, but also white now has targets, right? The c3 pawn is backward. Maybe if black manages to play e4, shuts the bishop down. So it's all of a sudden three results game.
Yes.
Okay, so that's if white decided to play e4. Other than that, everything is very, very boring, to be honest. Like if white takes on d5, queen takes, it's very unlikely that something will happen. What
Yes, I
computer
see.
thinks to be the best, in fact, is to take on e5 instead, not exchange the bishops, but take on e5, queen e5,
E5.
go queen d4, queen takes d4, c takes d4,
d4.
bishop takes g2, king g2, and I think you go c5, and
Here,
should be a relatively easy draw, right?
yes.
It's like still it's like I know. No, I wanted to say like still white is slightly better. No, probably not even slightly better. That depends on how you look at it, right? I mean, that's why white cannot lose, but probably cannot win also.
Yes.
Yeah, very, very solid. Yeah, so maybe it's a good practical decision then to go bishop d5, and yeah, human decision, we understand it.
Okay, so maybe I try some.
Yeah.
For example, I play e4
Yeah,
and the bishop
e4
e6.
after bishop e6.
Because I like the idea, and the computer said d takes e5, queen e5, queen d4. So
Mhm.
if I what if I keep the bishop?
Aha, to
If-
go e4 and then
Yes.
let's say to take
and
queen
queen d4.
e5 and queen d4. It's also possible, yes. Takes d4, cd4, and maybe rook d8. Rook d8, and now if rook b4, I think c5 is very
Yes.
strong. If rook a4, maybe b5, bishop c4, something like this.
Yes.
b5, yeah, rook b4, bishop c4. Oh, wait a second, bishop c4, you can go bishop f1. And I cannot take d4
Yes.
pawn.
Yeah, you cannot take d4 pawn.
So after bishop f1, but also if I want to just make a draw, maybe I can take on f1,
Yes.
king f1, and go rook a8 and something like this. And again, like d4 is weak, and even if, let's say, something happens and we end up in 4 versus 3, it's still a draw.
Yes.
Yeah, very solid. Very, very solid play by Wenjun. So let's see if Tan will... Yeah, so basically it's e4, d5 that keeps the position complex, or any other move is like very, very minimalistic. You know, like this endgame or that endgame, it's something very, very simple. But again, to play e4 and d5, I'm thinking you need to see that rook b3 is possible.
Yes, and even you see the rook b3 is possible. Still,
It's unclear. Yeah,
yes.
you can still go bishop c2, by the way, like bishop c2,
Queen
rook a3. Sorry, queen
queen
a3, and some queen. I don't know, c5 maybe. One of the options is queen c5, where white will have to exchange.
Yes.
Queen takes.
Rook c5.
Rook takes. Yeah, rook b to a3, and white goes e4. Black goes e4. Yeah, who knows what is this? Yeah.
Yeah, seems like the.
Yeah, black probably not in trouble. Yeah. Like,
Yes.
Like if it's still like computer shows a lot of drawish variations, but it's hard to believe that black will be the one in trouble. Yeah. In fact, you know what drawish variation is like? White immediately goes rook e7.
To exchange the
Yeah,
pawn.
and you probably cannot play f5 because other rook will get on the 7th rank. This is normally something you don't want.
Yes.
And yes, and after rook e7, rook d5, bishop e4. Yeah.
And it's draw.
Yeah. Maybe last trick we have to show, rook d1, king g2, rook e1, a check on h7.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who is pinning whom? Yeah.
Yes.
So bishop d5. Yeah, maybe there is not much after all. And again, similar to game 1, I want to say that we felt white was very comfortable, and then somehow black equalizes and cannot even, it's not easy to point, okay, this was your chance. Yeah, so what white was doing was very reasonable.
Yes.
What white was doing was very reasonable. And post factum, maybe we can say maybe not knight e4, but knight c4, maybe not exchange the bishop, but keep the knight. But it's all, like it's not very clear where exactly she could seize the advantage. Yeah.
And actually, we mentioned it yesterday. When you face some top players, sometimes you just make everything well. You don't have any mistakes, but your position is go down and go down. In this 2 days game, it's like white has a little bit advantage, but no mistakes by white, but solid defense by black, and the position just goes to equal. And
yeah, and this is something for people at home to appreciate, because sometimes if you only look at evaluation, and also on some websites, you know, the engine is not very good. It only shows this number like that's not very deep, let's say, and you would see white had maybe 0.4 and then 0.3 go down and no mistakes. Yeah, so this is mysterious. Yeah, mysterious. But yeah, it just means that black played very good. Black played very good.
So in day 1 and day 2 so far, Black made both two players made solid defense, and that shows. I think that shows the good form of their preparation, because attack is easy, but to
Yeah, you're right. Like to play in when your position is good and like everything is clear, that's like we all can play, right? But when it's like something unpleasant and you have to find the precise moves, this is what separates. It's exactly what you said about like playing against the top players. Yeah, first of all, you can lose equal position, but also I had like a couple of experiences. Like, let's say once in my lifetime, I played Vichy when he was the world champion in Bundesliga. So I'm playing with white. I actually played 2 games with Vichy, and previous season he beat me like a baby. And next time we play, and all of a sudden I have a pleasant position, like from the Catalan, some like advantage, maybe something like this, like as in numbers, maybe 0.3, 0.4. And then I understand he plays some moves that I do not see. It's not like I blunder something, but he always plays some moves that I didn't account for.
Yes.
And the more I calculate, the more I don't like my position, which is like better position, because like always some tricks. And I couldn't play it. At some point I just went for something like pretty much making a draw, just not to blunder anything. So what good players, what best players are very good at, it's like defending slightly worse positions and always waiting for a chance for a counterplay. So if you relax, it's not like you make a draw, maybe you lose, right? Because they're very, very good at like spotting their chances and like going for a counterplay. D takes e5, queen takes e5 happen.
In the board, yes.
Yeah, and now I think if you do not exchange the queens and if you just pass somehow with white, that maybe black will start thinking of playing for a win. So queen d4 is automatic, and indeed it's played. And now black has to exchange, and I'm not afraid, but I'm thinking we might see another relatively short draw. But again, like nothing to blame players for, unlike in some, what they call Grandmaster draws, when like exchange Slav, blah, 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 draw quickly, or Berlin draw with this repetition. This is a very well fought game where forces were level, let's say. Yeah, so there is like nothing to blame the players for. Queen to d4.
And I think what you mentioned is it's very important that top players always tries to find their best in any equal position to
like this little resources that, and this is also like, okay, first of all the skill, but also how to say the mindsets, and not to lose the motivation, because I think like any club player knows this situation, that there is some position they say, oh okay, this is boring. But imagine for these guys like Magnus, who's been, I don't know, on top of the world for how many, 10 years, right? Nothing is boring to him somehow, right? He manages to find like resources in like really, really absolutely equal positions and wins a lot of games like this. Okay, so after queen d4, any alternatives for, I mean, technically you can play a move like queen e6, but why would you do this?
Yes. So
why would
can
you
I
do this?
play queen f5, queen?
Well, queen f5, e4. Oh wait,
e4 I can play
queen f5. E4, queen
g6. But I think
this is like
silly.
playing with. Oh well, actually, queen g6. You'd be surprised, but assisted with the computer, I can tell you that queen g6 actually loses because of f4 and the bishop is trapped.
Yes.
So
interesting.
f4 and the bishop is like almost an empty board, but you cannot really go anywhere. So the way to continue after e4, if you played queen f5, the way to continue is to go queen h7, but this is of course not something you want to do.
Yes.
And still white is better after f4 or any reasonable move. Yeah, so there is absolutely no reason for black, I'm thinking, to avoid exchange of queens. And that's what she does.
Yes.
Queen takes d4.
I think c takes d4 well played by Tan.
Yeah, c takes d4. bishop g2, king g2, and it's not like you have to play c5, but also why not, right? I mean, you will probably play c5 anyway.
Yes.
c5, b takes, d takes, b takes. Okay, there is one line I want to try. Rook d1, c4, rook d7,
c3.
c3. Yeah,
Yes.
rook f7, c2, and it's a draw, right?
Yes, yes.
It's
Of course,
like,
it's possible.
yeah, white cannot lose, of course, but also cannot win. Yeah, yeah, it's
Yeah.
impossible to stop the pawn, because what I know, let's say if after rook d7 you went rook f8, there are sometimes tricks like rook a to c7, and then if you go rook
Yes.
rook c8, there is rook f7, and white actually wins. So two rooks on the 7th rank are usually dangerous, and you better calculate well before allowing something like this. E takes d4 happened.
Oh,
Something we did not
Yeah.
expect. E takes d4. Well, she's right in a way, because now bishop g2, king g2, c5. I think d5 will be, maybe will be unpleasant, or not really. Maybe not much.
yes.
Yeah, like c5, d5, and b5 still. You push the b pawn, the b4. And
For example,
should
rook
be-
e1, b4. Yes, I think
and
so.
it's more or less the same thing. Yeah, takes b2 and perpetual. But also now black doesn't have to take on g2 even. Can maybe play. Can play b5. Can play bishop e6 even. Oh no, wait, bishop
lot of
e6,
moves.
bishop e6, rook a6. I wanted to finally blunder a pawn. Because now b5, that's the unique time when you can actually take. Yeah,
Yes,
because
yes.
all the previous lines we were trying to take the pawn on c6, and the b pawn was running, but now b pawn is not a passed pawn, and this way, this is the way for black to get in trouble. Aha, if I wanted to play b5, what I can do is to take on g2 first, and then play b5, and then maybe next move c5, and almost guaranteed that everything will be exchanged. Almost guaranteed. Yeah.
I think it's really hard to see how both players can continue the pressure.
Yeah, and so I have a different theory usually in such positions. Yeah, like obviously there is no way to kind of create pressure. I'm looking for the way, can I do something stupid, like, okay, not blundering the piece, but like
yeah.
I have some idea and then it's a bad idea, and how do I get into trouble? And here there is not even like any move you play, any reasonable move. As long as you're not blundering in one move, you do something right. Yes, so I think she captured and played b5. Rook endgames are draws, as somebody said more than 100 years ago. Yeah, all rook endgames are draws. Was it Tarash? And I think it was like a joke, but also like a lot of not only endgames. I'm thinking a lot of opening lines, or maybe some opening lines, actually rely on, like, you know, a lot of exchanges. You are pawn up, but it's a rook endgame. My rook is behind your pass pawn. It's a draw. There was one line in Modern Benoni, I think, played by Vugar Gashimov, that like would end deep in the endgame when black is down a pawn but makes a draw. Yeah, so that's my favorite part when I start telling my students. You see, sometimes not only openings matter. You know, you have to know at least some of your endgames. But yeah, opening preparation is of course very hard to, how to say, to stop, because like it constantly evolves. Endgames you learn once, and more or less. The theory doesn't change much. Okay, b5, rook e1.
E1.
Rook e1. No. Not like you can guarantee a draw, I think. Is b4? Is b4 good? b4, cb4, rook b4, rook e7, and I wanted to play like... not that I wanted to play passive, but I think I can play passive. Rook f8.
Yes.
Rook f8, and because d4 is hanging, I think I'm... Or maybe still... How comfortable? Maybe I don't want this. I don't like my rook on f8. It's probably a draw, but still, like, why to have a rook on f8? Yeah, but then b4 is not a great idea. Maybe maybe the easiest is just to go rook e8 in our game position. To go rook e8. You want the open file? I will not give you the open file.
And if you take,
if you
I
take,
can
rook
put
is a rook e6. Yeah, rook e6, and then if needed, rook d6, b4, and again trade everything. Yep. Move rook e1 is move 29, but in this position you cannot really expect Zhu Wenjun to get any sort of time trouble. It's enough time for 3 games in this endgame. Yes, she's absolutely safe.
18 minutes is easier to
defend. It's a relatively easy position to play. Yeah.
So rook e8, I think if white wants to continue
some rook e3, is rook e3? Probably still not.
Yes,
yeah, like I was thinking rook e3, let's say rook takes, pawn takes, and maybe b4.
You have to take.
C takes, rook c7, or rook c7, maybe rook c4.
Or maybe rook b2 is also possible.
Rook b2, yeah. Rook b2 is safe. Yeah, but this is the problem for such endgames, that first of all black can defend passively, but even like pretty much on every move you can just go for active counterplay, and it's enough. Yeah, so rook e8 should make a draw, no problem. And there is not much sense in doing anything else, to be honest. Like you could go c5, I'm thinking. You could go c5, and you're probably still making this.
Even I think rook a8 is also a move.
Yeah, rook a8 is also a move. Yeah.
It's not very difficult to make a mistake here.
Yeah.
Yeah, c5 is.
c5
also
should
nothing
be
special.
relatively, like
I think rook e7 just take.
Rook e7, yeah. I think we take d4. Wait, can we go b4? No, wait, maybe b4. Yeah, let's check. b4 rook takes, b3 rook g7,
king h8,
king h8, check on h7, check with the other rook on g7,
rook
king
b7.
f8, and rook. I'm not sure. It's incredible. Look, it gives computer gives white huge advantage, but it repeats moves.
How about rook b7 and
king
g8, rook hc7?
Rook check, let's say king h8, rook
hc7.
c7, I go rook d8.
And I take rook c1.
Take rook c1, yeah, exactly. Rook c1, and then the king is running. Yes, you're right.
Yes.
You're right. This is so it's better not to experiment like this. So after c5, rook to e7, c takes we can play.
Yes.
And then just rook f8. And if rook b7, Then we just exchange and go rook d8. No, before, I thought before the kind of last trick, before rook f7. Yeah. Before rook f7 was the last trick, but you just exchange on b7 and go rook d8. By the end of this match, we will learn a lot of rook endgames, it seems. The way it looked, no, yesterday there wasn't really a rook endgame. At the moment it was a rook endgame, they just agreed a draw. So here, did she? No, she didn't play the move yet. So b4 is the draw, c5 is the draw, but rook e8 is maybe the easiest. Maybe the easiest.
Or maybe I think rook a8 is also
rook a8.
Easy.
And just follow the rook all the time. Yeah, like rook b7, rook b8, and so on. Yeah, because the moment you exchange, like white can claim, let's say with rook on b7, I go rook e7, takes b7, and my rook is more active. So what? Yeah, you say I don't care. You can also go rook. Maybe rook d8, but you don't need g6, king g7.
Yes,
king
I think
f6,
g6.
G6, king f7, king f6. Okay. But I'm curious, to be honest, if this position was to happen, the one that we have on our analysis board, do you continue as white for some time, or just you say, okay, I better save energy? Because it's very unlikely you can win, but also I remember something from Carlsen-Caruana match, where in game 1, and this is probably the only game where Magnus had realistic chances of winning, in game 1, he missed a win like somewhere in the middle game, and some end game, he was a pawn up though, so it was a little bit different, but drawish rook endgame, and he was playing forever, like 50 moves, or something, so just to try all the chances, maybe. Okay, something's happening. Rook a8. Actually, rook a8 has happened. Rook a8, but Zhongyi went rook e7 immediately. Now you can actually force pawn trades, right?
Yes. Take
a7, and I don't know how you do
even
it.
if b4 is possible, I think.
Before is probably also a draw. Before pawn takes rook b8, white can defend from a4. Right?
I mean, I take on rook d8.
Rook d8, even easier. Yeah.
Yes, of course, c5 is no matter problem. And Miro, I think if I play a tournament like this, I will try my best to give the pressure to my opponent. But if I play some Swiss system tournament, I think I just
this is I was actually thinking, because like how realistic I am to win, like probably not much, but in the match you know that I'm getting tired, but my opponent also getting tired. And in the Swiss, you're absolutely right. Yes, your opponent is getting tired, but you play a different opponent next round. So you just like wasted your time and energy maybe for nothing. What? And she did play c5, c5 immediately, and if d5, black goes b4.
Yes, nothing special.
King f3, okay. Okay, so now, what's happening here? C takes, the king will be in time to defend the d pawn.
I think.
It's like computer always says it's equal no matter what. But can black? Okay, let's do something like let's go rook b8. Like say exchange on d4, go to rook b8. This is what they told me in Soviet school. Put the rook behind the pass pawn.
Yes,
right? How stupid is that? Like okay, white goes king e4.
And if we push?
Yeah, we push, and I guess rook a2. Can we lose it with black? Probably not. Still, it's very far from, like if you start doing something reasonable here, like f6 and king runs to the center, it's still very hard to imagine black getting in trouble. Because
Yeah.
I understand, even like theoretically, even if we lose the B pawn, it should be a draw. But this is already like very narrow margin for black. This is something black doesn't want. So I'm thinking it's better not to allow anything like this. Wait, in a game position, another stupid idea that I have is b4 bad.
Before I think white will take on
C
b4.
takes. If I take c b4, it's the worst version of the same position, because you can start with rook b7,
B7,
which
yes.
is probably still a draw again, but you don't want to do it. And if I take on d4, like b4, c b4, c d4, and then I lose. Finally, I found the lost variation. King e4, and I simply lose the d4 pawn, and the b pawn is too close.
Yes, because rook c4 I can play rook b7 and the king d3 is
Yeah.
the next move.
Rook b7 or even rook a4 is somehow stronger, because yeah, it's passive for now, but then you take the pawn, you go b5, and you're ready for rook b4.
Yes.
So your rook is not in the way. Yeah, so if you are me, you still will find a way to lose this position. But our players will probably, or Wenjun in this case, yeah.
But you
Wenjun
know,
in this case will find a way to make a draw, I'm thinking.
but you know, Miro, last year I have a classical game against Wang Hao in Chinese league. It's a very similar like this position, and I'm in not very time trouble, but for example, I have 10 minutes or 15 minutes in this position, and I just blunder. But I don't say according to engine I'm not blunder, but I play some move not the easiest way to exchange all the pawns, and suddenly I felt it's not that draw, and I just blunder something, and he played the move very confident, and I feel the pressure, and I lost the game.
Even
Like
though
the
it was
position.
still kind of a draw, right?
Yes,
yeah, but it happens. Yeah, it happens.
Yes.
And I'm thinking, like again, if you go one move back,
Yes.
the fact that she played c5 and now she's thinking, maybe she's regretting playing c5 already, even though it's still a draw, we all know it, but as you said, like b4, rook d8 would be much easier.
Much
There would be
easier.
nothing to talk about.
I want to say in that game, I also have the chance, for example, like this position, I play
Exchange
c4.
all the pawns, yeah?
Yes, and I play c5. For example, in this game, I play the move c5, and I thought it will be d takes c5 and takes, and
Same,
after this, I offer the draw, and it's over.
Yeah.
But after king f3, and I felt his body language seems like okay.
Oh, now I know he's winning. Yeah, I know these guys. Like
Yes.
nothing changed, but all of a sudden they sit at the board. Oh, did I blunder something? Why is he so confident? Yeah.
Yes.
No, but look at Ju. Seems like okay. I'm not a big expert on like reading emotions of the players, but I'm not sure if she's very happy.
Yes.
Like.
Because you know, she will regret that. Okay, before last move I play b4, and it's
over,
totally
right?
Over, yes. But now c5, it maybe I give my opponent some little chance, and this is emotional, you know, in the game.
Okay, so what did we say? Like the best way for black? Probably we should take by this point. We should take on d4, right?
Yes, and after take, I think rook b8 will.
Yeah, like rook b8 feels like normal computer. Okay, I can tell you the computer line. So it's king f8 first, and then after, let's say, rook b7, it starts going with like rook c3, king e4, rook c2, and probably takes one of the pawns, because if king e3, rook c3, king d2, impossible. Rook b3 now. Now the king is cut off, and
But rook b3, king c2.
rook f3. I'm thinking
Yes.
rook f3.
Sorry, I missed the rook f3.
So but again, it's already like black almost plays the only moves, right?
Yes.
Maybe not only moves, but to your point that b4 was just a draw. I'm not worried. Basically, like you play before, you're not worse. Now
Yes.
it's like there is no question. Like white is trying something. Probably will not succeed, but it's white who is trying something. And still no move. And still no move. And I've declared when we returned from break, I said, okay, there will be no time trouble. It is a time trouble. Says there's still 9 moves to play and a couple of unpleasant decisions for Wenjun.
Yes, and from my experience, if you regret something in the game, you will be easily in time trouble.
Yeah, and this is exactly like strangely, like I was very ignorant when I was a younger player, but being already a grandmaster, you play one kind of move that not necessarily a bad move, just move you didn't see your opponent's reply and you regret. Let's say you had a big advantage and now you're still winning, but smaller advantage. And part of my time I will spend regretting the move, not playing the position which is on the board. Why am such a stupid person? Why did I do why did I do this? Even though your position is still good, just play the game. Right. So hopefully Wenjun will find the composure to continue the game from the position on the board, which is still perfectly fine, just needs a little bit of precision, a little bit of defense. But she better decide on what to do faster, because as I said, b4, c takes, and then c takes d4 is a way to lose this in 2 moves only. Yeah, after king e4, white is all of a sudden winning.
And c takes d4
C
played
takes
by
d4 played. So c takes d4, of course, is an automatic reply from Zhongyi. C takes. So now we know king f8 is good, rook b8 is fine as well.
I saw Wenjun play the move king f8. It's on the board.
Aha, king f8 is on the board. And I'm just wondering, let's say I see 4 best moves according to computer in this position, and these 4 moves do not include rook c3. So if we play rook c3 and say, okay, we want to be active immediately, it's fine again. Rook c3, king e4, and then you can go king f8. But if you go king, so the difference, if you go rook c2, yes, now white starts with a check, just drives your king away and maybe has better chance. It's still, actually still holding for black. But this is, maybe this is the way to lose this position. They're slowly making not the most precise decisions, and then there will be one line which leads you to a draw and you miss this chance and game over. King f8, best move. Best move, and then as we know, after rook b7, black starts attacking on the c file. Like give a check and attack the pawn on the second rank.
Yes, seems still fine for black, because d pawn is too close to to black's king. Yes.
Too close to the black's king.
Yes.
But also to white's king. Like for instance, even here, computer says like f3, rook takes, and some maybe even d5. Maybe you don't need to take the pawn. Maybe I'm still kind of I understand it should be a draw, but maybe I still have to be a little careful, because like say the king gets to d6 somehow, maybe still will be in a bit of trouble.
Yes.
Yeah, so I don't know. It's actually still, I mean, the game could still continue, right? The game could still continue. Now it's up to, actually I realized now it's up to Zhongyi, because she can, let's say after king f8 and rook b7 and this check, she can just immediately go king e2, king e3 and repeat.
Yes.
So we will know her intention very quickly. And if black was to lose the b pawn, so it will be like a d pawn and 3 versus 3. This is like they've been a very strange story in last year's what's it called, Singfield Cup in St. Louis in the United States. So Jan Nepo has got this position with different sides. So first, I think first he was a pawn down against Wesley So, and he lost without a chance. And then next day, or maybe after the rest, the next round, he gets a pawn up, same 3 versus 3 and the D pawn against Ding Liren, and he couldn't actually pose any problems. So Ding made the draw very easily. So this is incredible, and it's not like Nepo is a bad player or something. He didn't when he was defending, he didn't understand the dangers. He was just like playing fast, and very quickly he got in a very unpleasant situation.
Yes, actually, I think this is a very, very difficult rook endgame. If, for example,
let's say
like
something like this, yeah.
This.
And some of them are, it's actually, like you have to really have precise knowledge, because some of them maybe, let's imagine white pawn is on h5, maybe it's already winning, or this.
Yeah, or sometimes you need to put your king on the king side to attack on my pawns, or sometimes you need to put your king on d6
to block the d pawn. Yeah. So
yes.
it is very tricky. Rook b7 is on the board. Rook b7 is on the board, and now, well, rook c3 is the easiest.
Yes. Or rook c4?
Rook c3 or rook c4, because, like the third best move, according to the machine, is rook a8, which computer says it's, it's still a draw. But do you want to do you want to play like that? No, the answer will equal. And it all happened because of this somewhat inaccurate move c5 from Wenjun early on. But maybe back to our conversation, like when you feel you've already achieved the draw. So maybe this was that moment for her when she thought, like, okay, now from now on it's easy. And it would have been easy would she play b4, right? And then game stops in like 3 moves. Yeah, and after c5, there's a little bit of work required. There's still a draw, and she finds the right move. I check on c3, king to e4. Now has to go after the f pawn. And by the way, let me check. If rook b3, if I'm trying to be greedy, like I'm defending the pawn, then after d5 might be in trouble already. Okay, maybe not much really, but yeah, Wenjun is very very confident. I think she just played rook c2.
Yes, rook c2 is on the board. Yeah, because after d5 you cannot play rook b2 to attack my pawn. Maybe I can play d6.
Yeah, rook b2, d6. Yeah, you're right. d6, and if king e8, it's check on e7, and you have to go to d8 all of a sudden. And maybe you're already losing. Yeah, if king f8, king d5 wins.
Ah yes, king d5.
King d5, king goes to d7, and this is it.
And then after king d8, I take on f7.
f7, and like even if it's a draw, right? I mean, we had like a normal position 3 versus 3, and now I am defending something pawn down, and even if I manage, why do I need to? No, absolutely correct move from Zhu Wenjun to go rook c2 to attack white's kingside pawns. And it seems that white cannot make progress. So if we go back to e3 once again, maybe we can show this line: check, king d2, rook b3, and then now we can defend the pawn because white king is cut off.
But let's say
d5.
d5, yes.
d5, king e8,
and d6.
d6. Good question, because in my analysis I had a white king on d2, but you're right, you can go to e2 maybe. Rook b3, d5, king e8, d6.
Still
now it goes rook
clear.
a3. Now it goes rook a3, but this is.
Let's say rook e7.
Rook e7, king f8.
Rook e5.
Rook e5, rook a. What? Rook a6.
And then
rook
rook
a6,
a8.
d7, rook a8. But this is again, this is like very close. Like one wrong move and you may be lost. Yeah. So this is some lines like this you absolutely would like to avoid.
Yes, and after rook c5, rook d8, it's
Rook d8, and you're just in time. Yeah, and again, it might not seem to be like too complex or anything, but like when you had absolutely safe position, even lines like this can somewhat scare you. And
yes.
yeah, why do I need to calculate now? Like 5 moves ago, it was all it was all automatic. So rook c2. Yeah, and so the chance could be really with this like f3, d5, and try to advance. Yeah, f3, rook takes, and d5.
d5.
But I don't know really, like rook d2, maybe.
If I king e5.
Yeah, king e5, rook d3, king d6, g5. And this is, again, this could be a draw because, you know, we take pawns, we sacrifice the rook, again, some scenario that you don't want to see, right? Because white might actually promote this pawn somehow. Well, all of a sudden, it can still turn into something relatively exciting. We are getting closer and closer to the time control, by the way. Let's move, move 36 for white to play. And to remind you guys, after they reach move 40, 30 minutes will be added to each player's clock, which should be enough to play this kind of rook endgame.
But maybe it's very important for Wenjun.
Yeah, for Wenjun it could be very important. If something like this, like something happens where you actually have to calculate this race that black has to push pawns and at some point be ready to sacrifice the rook, maybe this extra half an hour actually matters. Yeah. But again, by the looks of Tan, I'm not even sure if she wants to do this.
Yes.
What would you think? Like, because as we said, like she can always repeat by going king e3.
I think.
But will she try?
I think maybe Tan will play king e3 and the king d2. The line will.
That line. Yeah, maybe. So king e3. Let's see. King e3. Rook.
I think rook c3 will be played.
c3. Yeah, here apparently you can play rook b2. So in the previous position with rook b3 you would lose. Here rook b2 is possible, but yeah, why play rook b3 if he already tried this check? Rook c3 check. King d2. Yeah. And now both rook f3 or rook b3 are fine. And even rook c4 is fine. Again, I should not be looking at the computer because stupid computer says rook a3 is also a draw, and it is right. But it's like, you never play like this. You never give this pawn. So it is important that after rook b3, king c2, we actually have rook f3. Yeah.
But after rook f3, king e2, if black play rook f5, well, maybe black will in trouble. I'm not
if you go rook f3 immediately, king e2, rook f5. I mean, yes, black is in trouble. King e3.
Yes, of course. Rook b3 is a
safer move. Yeah.
Yes.
So if you decide to go rook f5, it's king e3, and I think f4, g4, king e4, something like this. Yeah, tries to again to come with all of the pieces. By the way, after king e3, believe it or not, but one of the moves computer plays, if this was to happen, one of the moves computer plays is actually b4.
And
And
get rid of
before
the
rook b4,
bad
the
position.
evaluation is like 0.5, 0.6. So I don't even know. It could be lost already. Could be
Yes.
lost, or you hold it somehow, but you really have to know it. So this is again something to try to avoid. She does go rook f3,
Yes, and I think king e2 will
king
be
e2.
played.
Yeah, now rook b3 is what you need to play,
Yeah.
and there
Almost to
is
the-
your line going d5, king e8, d6, and then rook a3. Yeah, it's surprising to see Tan thinking after rook f3, to be honest, because
No,
like-
king e2 is on the board. I
king
see
e2
the
is
king-
sorry, yeah, king e2 is on the board, so it's Wenjun thinking in.
Yes.
Yeah. And what we know is rook b3 is a correct move, while rook f5 might lead you in a bit of trouble.
Yes, but rook b3 is not that easy because d5, d6 seems stoppable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Unstoppable.
d5. D5, d6, and you're like threatening a checkmate or winning the f7 pawn. If you win the f7 pawn, actually, yeah, it's very scary because like
Yes,
pawns starting to fall.
And you need to find the king e8, rook a3, some
King e8,
moves
yeah,
like
d6, and then rook a3. This is important.
So here the position is a critical moment because for Zhu Wenjun she only have 4 minutes to it's not easy to calculate all the lines.
Yeah, exactly. You're right. And this is maybe the first time in this endgame where actually a natural looking move leads you to trouble. Right, before that we always had to make up stories. Okay, if I get this stupid idea, then I can lose, and this and that. Here, rook f5, absolutely normal. Defend the pawn, stop d5, and yet after king e3, you are in a serious trouble. Yeah, it's a critical moment indeed.
And after, I want to mention, after rook b3, d5, for example, black play king e8, and a few moves, it will be go to the 40 move, and after 40 move, Zhu Wenjun has enough time to figure out the rook a3, rook a6 is a draw, but now rook f5
Rook
is on the
f5
board.
is on the board. Wow. Just wow. Because after rook f5, let me tell you, the evaluation is like 0.6, 0.7. And after king e3, as I said, like it's either b4, computer says either b4, or first you can play h5, and then after a move like f4, then you go b4. But pretty much you will end up playing this b4 move and sacrificing a pawn. Wow, this is scary.
Yes. And I want to say here, rook f5 and rook b3, it's sometimes a move on a bit on luck.
Yeah,
Yeah,
maybe
you
even
can-
like this. Yeah, because rook b3, you like say if you don't have time to calculate. So rook b3, your instinct is like I'm cutting the king away. Rook
Yes.
f5, I'm stopping the d pawn, so the d pawn is not moving. And then really you have to be like I don't know, maybe c 10 times or be just like confident that if I cut the king it's a draw and rook f5 is dangerous, or just get lucky and play rook b3. Yeah, because now king e3, she plays h5, and this is move 30. What's that? Move 39, right?
Yes.
h5. Not even f4, but f3 is stronger. I don't know why f3. f3, h3, g4, something like that. Computer wants to prepare. So I
But,
think eventually
F4
somehow it expels this rook from the 5th rank.
Yes, but f4 is already on the board, and I think f4.
F4 is on the board, yeah.
Yes, I want to play king e4 and d5. It's still
Yeah,
no
yeah,
chance
you're
for black
absolutely right.
to.
Well, actually, now, any other move but b4, it's more than +1. So if let's say you play, what, g6 looks just a move, yeah? And then king e4 and 1.3, because after b4, you'll go d5 or check and d5 for whatever reason computer likes a check. So not letting the rook to escape to a5. Yeah, it goes d5. No, now it's winning.
If I don't, if I'm not see it wrong, Zhu Wenjun played king e8, I think, because I saw her move her king.
Yeah, king e8. King e8, and now king e4, white is winning.
Wow.
White is winning after king e4. It's +2 something. What a dramatic...
It's incredible.
Look, man, it's incredible, and it's like so many things had to happen.
Yeah.
Again, this one move c5 is the kind of the most painful, the one that she will be returning to this c5 move on move 31. Because yes, we said b4 is a draw, but also pass is a draw. I mean, king f8 is a draw. Pretty much anything. Just don't create this situation where white is very fast with the king, but also d pawn is the passed pawn. Here you can go king f3, I will just not rush. Yeah, I will just do something, maybe rook e8, rook e6.
Yes.
Yeah, I should not be able to lose this. But then specifically this move c5 makes the situation that you have to be super precise and you're a little bit low on time, and the combination of these two factors actually led to, yeah, to the position where she's fighting for dear life and there is no guarantee she will have success. King e4, white is merciless, move 41.
And
So time added to players' clocks.
And this is the second time we see Tan Zhongyi walked around in the playing hall.
Yeah, but this time she has all the rights to be happy with her position.
Yes.
It is winning, and yeah, like maybe some sample lines. So rook, I don't know what we do. Rook f6, just rook takes b5.
And you have to play a move to protect your h5 pawn.
Yeah, the h pawn is also needs protection. So g6
and d5, I think maybe.
Well, d5, yeah, d5 is one of the moves that winning. Interestingly, there is like, of course, d5 pawn is something you want to rely on, but there is also, for some reason, rook e5 check is clever. And now if you go to the f file, the king is cut off.
Yes,
so you go to say like d7 and then h4 and then f5 next. So this is kind of the trick, I guess. Yeah, king f4, king g5, something like that.
Oh,
Wow.
I think after h4, this play is hopeless for black. No,
yeah, this
no
is like
any
you
chance
cannot, yeah, because king is cut off from the king side, so you just go f5, you take, come with the king, and somehow you cannot really, like rook d6, you always have like some rook d5.
Yes.
Wow, this is so unexpected, and we went from anything is a draw to black has two ways to make a draw to lost position.
Yes.
This is, wow, this will be a very serious blow to Zhu Wenjun because, yes, again, like you come after this game, you see you had draw. I mean, she will know it immediately. You don't need computer analysis. She will know it immediately that she had like many ways of making a draw in this rook endgame, and yet she'll lose it, and then reflecting on a free day will be quite painful.
Because after let's say after she played c5, if I am her, after I play c5, my opponent played king f3, I will easily find I can play b4 my last move. And this is painful during the game for me.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. This is like you start reflecting, why did I do this? Why didn't I just make a draw, force a draw? Yeah, so You can see on our analysis board, Wenjun's time ran out, but it's just a little glitch with the PGN file. The moment she will make a move, I believe it will update itself, and we will get the correct times. She's got half-hour increment after move 40. She's got half-hour increment after move 40. Yeah, so seriously, I don't even know what to suggest for black, because really, yeah, like not much you can do. G6.
D5.
D5 is good. Well, computers even like playing some rook B6 to take away all the squares from this rook. Yeah, but D5 seems like
actually I really like rook B6.
Rook B6.
Yeah.
Yeah, instructive, right? Rook B6 and then B4 you
And
go D5
yes.
and B3. Wait a second, B3, and only now we take. So we get a kind of better, much better version of it. Yeah.
Yes. Actually, you know, if your pawn is now on b4, I think h3 is winning.
Yeah,
but
it's just trapping the rook. Yeah. Here, yeah, g4, black will have rook f6.
F6, yes.
Rook f6. But even then, like I'm thinking here, if you take b2, you're probably still winning.
Still winning, yes.
Because king e5 is a threat. And,
Yes, maybe not g5, but
yeah. So, black just played rook f6. Now, rook takes b5 or d5 or, yeah, I don't know. Computer gives a check on b8, but it just, because it can always give a check back on the 7th rank. So I think like normal move is rook takes b5. Wow, what can I say? Like, so unexpected, so unexpected to see Wenjun losing this position. But you, as you said, something similar happening against Eiching. Yeah.
Yes, something happened happened on me just last year. It's very similar. And remember, half an hour ago, we are talking about
good defense. Yeah.
And a good defense, and we are talking about maybe we played white. We will just easily draw the game and have a rest.
Yeah. Like, why do you play? Yeah, that's why you play, because you can squeeze very important half a point. And still, now I don't want to jump in front of myself and say, okay, white is white will win this game, no problem. But from what I can see, with the computer assistance, but also without, you can see the b5 pawn is falling. White is a pawn up. All the pieces are very active.
Yes.
Black doesn't have any counterplay. Even like moves like rook e6, rook e2 are not possible, because there's always rook e5 and game ends immediately.
And we need to mention that the similar position, nipple against the thing is a draw, and Wesley against nipple is a win. So it's still a two result game here.
Yeah, but this rook is really badly placed on f6, I'm thinking. Yeah, because normally the way you defend this position is like your rook is somewhere on a2 already.
Yes.
And d2, and you attack the kingside pawns, you're behind the passed pawn, and even then you have to be very precise, because white can like drop the pawns on the king side and try to promote the d pawn. Now white has kind of the similar position with 3-4 extra tempi. So it should be, yeah, I'm thinking rook takes b5, g6. Can I just play f5? Maybe I can play f5 immediately, strangely. Or maybe it's not a great idea. This is another question.
I think f5 is also a good move.
Yeah, like my point was f5, if g5, king e5 and f6, and just come to take these pawns. And if, let's say after f5, they do something else, like rook a6, then I go king f4, king g5, and then go this side. I don't know. Yeah, maybe this one's also winning. Yeah, you can see from a camera view the time has added. Now everywhere the time is updated. Yeah, the Time is updated everywhere.
Yes, but
Also, Zhongyi has 59 minutes, not 29, as our board suggests, but it will be updated soon.
yes, I hope it will be added not when Zhongyi is
When she has 0, yeah, but sooner. Yeah, rook takes b5.
b5, yeah, and g6 is
G6, automatic. Right. Oh, I just found a way to lose with white. I go king e5.
yeah.
This is something not to be, not to be recommended.
Yes.
Wait, if I go d5, how? She does, yeah, she does go d5. Now the evaluation kind of slightly dropped, but I don't know why.
Because
I guess rook
think-
a6, yeah, rook a6.
Yes, because according to engine, I really like the
The plan with f5, yeah, this
yes.
check and f5.
Yes,
yeah.
because this rook e5 is too strong.
Yeah, rook e5 is a good move. Like the you really clarify where the king is going, because now still black king can sometimes defend the pawns and sometimes stop the d pawn.
Yes.
And then after rook e5, it really has to pick one of the two jobs. Yeah. So yeah, rook a6 is of course a correct move. So now, if I could, no. So what do we do now? Again, I know the answer, but let's say if I don't look at the computer, so how do we? Can I just like play? Maybe king e5 is relatively clever, and after f6 I will
is
go
the
to
only
d4 and run from the other side. Rook a2. King c5.
c5.
I'm kind of assuming that slow game black loses all the time, right? So that's why I
yes.
go rook a2 without much thinking, because if I just wait, king comes to c5. So rook a2, what's king c5, rook takes, king, and now it's actually tricky, because you would think white wins by a huge margin. Now white has only winning move, which is give 2 checks and then go king d6. Check king f7, check king e8, king d6. Yeah. Not something very hard to find.
Yes.
Not something very hard to find, and then that's like the pawn is too active.
Let's say rook e2.
Yeah, rook
I
e2
try
is
my
the only
best.
move to kind of fight, and then rook g7, and that's why white is winning. Like rook g7. Oh wait, rook g7.
For example, if
if
g5, I think you need.
Pawn takes. Takes.
Yes, you take. I play rook e3.
Yeah, I take rook e. Rook e5.
Oh, sorry. Rook
Yeah,
e5.
that's right.
yes.
Yeah. So wait, rook e3. Not only this, we probably win somehow else as well, but rook e5, of course.
Yes, of course.
Rook e5. And it's if you go go rook g2 instead, then you know what? But actually, rook h5, rook g3, it's a wrong side. So you check king f7, king d7.
Yes, you don't need to play rook d8 because mine rook
the
is
rook
not
is
on
not
not on d3, so king d7 is still
kind of short side. Rook a3, d6, and rook is not far enough.
Yes.
Like you need more squares between the rook
Yes.
and
you need
and
the
the
king
pawn.
here.
or ideally, king on b7, rook on g7, and it should be a draw.
Yes. Rook.
Okay, back to live position. So g6, d5, rook a6. So we found, I've looked from the bot, kind of the relatively easy, but maybe it's not the smartest way, because now if I strictly follow like first line, rook b7, maybe gives you kind of same position but even better version, because like now if rook a2, I guess just king e5, and rook h2, king goes to f6, right? Or where it goes. Yeah. I would not win it, look. I would not win it still, even here.
Yes.
King d6.
Yeah, king f6, maybe rook
King
g2.
f6, h4.
Oh, maybe h4.
But rook g2 is also good, yeah. But
it seems like black is drawish in this position.
yeah,
but
king
king
f6 is not very good. g6, this.
d6, king f8.
7, here, rook takes. King d6, king f8. Ah, okay, and some sophisticated stuff. Rook b3 is the only winning move. I don't know why. Rook b3, and then I guess you go like king to d8, pawn to d7, and some. It's still not easy for me to believe, to be honest.
For example, if I play
h4, yeah, h4, pawn takes, rook takes, and now again only winning move is rook b4. So it is already like, you know, rocket science to win this one. It's already not easy at all.
Yes.
So maybe it's not over still. Maybe it's not over. Maybe it was like much cleaner to give a check on e5.
Yes, actually, I think Tan played d5 too quickly. But sometimes, you know, the position the last position is almost a draw, and I suddenly have some chance. I will play quickly, and I'm so excited. And this time is for me is easier to make some mistakes.
Yeah, because like we can, you know, criticize all we want, like say, oh, okay, she should have think. But again, like, emotions are here. Like I was playing drawish endgame for, I don't know, 20 moves or 15 moves. And then, yeah, it's clear I get the chance. And I can also see my opponent is so frustrated. So d5 seems like a right move to play. Yeah. So, interestingly, I would argue that the first line that we were looking at, when we start with king e5, f6, and then back to d4 to c5, blah, 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 maybe it's more intuitively kind of understandable, right?
Yes.
Because I eventually get the king on e6 and so on. Yeah, so here, king c5 takes, then give two checks, cut the king.
So maybe you give checks. I need to play king f8 instead of king e8, maybe better for black.
After this check, there is also king d7 and c8. I mean, after check, you could go king d7, king c8. But yeah, let's try with the king on f8. So there is no rook g7. And then we brute force. We go d6, and we threaten check and d7.
Yes.
Yeah, so win the tempo like this. King e8 and still rook g7. So it's still tricky. Still tricky, yeah. Okay, something happened. King e5, yeah. King e5. And now maybe we have to say that like if f6 is not played, then like there is no move, I'm thinking.
Yeah, f6 is the only move. Otherwise, white can play d6, or if you play rook a2, now I have king f6.
Now, yeah, now it's actually, what does it do? Check, king f6. Maybe it's even more precise. Yeah,
yes, of course.
Check, to have the rook on the 7th rank already, and then go king f6. After rook h2, I think give a check on e7. So everything falls with checks. Yeah. Incredible. I'm still
incredible.
still in disbelief that like from very good defense indeed, like all the middle game, like even like minimal threats, Wenjun was very precise, and then inaccuracy, and then really big mistake, rook f5. But again, you were absolutely right that if you don't have the time to calculate everything, it was relatively easy to just like pick the wrong out of 2 reasonable continuations. No, yeah, 27 minutes, but even if it would be 27 hours, you cannot save the game without help of your opponent. Okay, so f6, king d4. Can black be clever and find something? Yeah, we probably play f6, right? King d4. Still very hard for me. It's like I don't know what can I do. Probably rook a2 and takes is the best. Then what it was, check and check. King.
So maybe we can talk about black move the king to d8 or c8.
Mm-hmm. Maybe yeah, like maybe
Yes.
try c8 then.
King
Yeah.
c5, yes, maybe try c8. I think still rook g7.
Yeah, with the king, yeah, rook to g7.
Yeah,
g5.
g5, yes, because we talk about the position. Just
Yeah, this would be
yeah.
a draw if we exchange the pawns. Yeah, exactly. So all that line is correct, but after g5, yeah, white is winning with king d6, king c6, but I think the most instructive will be to go f5.
Yes, because you
F5.
have no time.
Now
to
black will have no time to take on f5. He will lose because king c6 and d6. And after, let's say, h4, gh4, don't know,
and
whatever takes on
it
h4,
takes.
right? Even rook h4, yeah. Like I
Yes.
think king d6, and you want to take the f pawn with the king. Yeah, that's the main theme.
yes,
And rook e4.
I just
Yeah, you can give
Rook
check and go
G6,
rook g6,
yes.
or immediately go rook g6. What a painful loss this will be for Wenjun. Okay, she will have the white pieces in game 3, so chance to.
but after
But after the
FIDE,
3 days, so this is, yeah, like really, it really depends on her ability to recover, because I know like some people who will be like much better. Yeah, there are examples in history and also in modern chess. I think somebody told me like you don't want to play Carlsen after he lost the game, because yeah, like
Yes.
he is like super motivated, super focused. But also like the opposite is also true. Like if you lost, and especially you have a 3 days, if you turn to kind of be hard on yourself and you know like
Yes.
why did I do this? Why did I do this? Then it can completely destroy you. So hopefully she will manage to recover, and if not win immediately, but just kind of continue the match as normal. And well played for Zhongyi, what can I say?
yes,
Because we in the commentators booth, we already given up. We said it's a draw, there is nothing. Yeah, but she was waiting for her chance, and when this chance happened, she found all the moves.
he catch the chance. So far,
So far,
So,
yeah,
yeah.
exactly. Let's not be too fast.
yes, but I need to mention in the last 4 times Wenjun wins her title, 3 times she wins against Gergina, Lucknow, and Leitinge. Wenjun is the one first lost the game.
Yeah, so she loses the first, then she levels the score, and yeah, so maybe it's not over, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, of course the match is not over, even like if you lose game 2, but there's 10 more games to play.
But I think if this game White wins, later the games continues later will be more exciting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. I'm thinking of this, and there've been speculations even about like open matches, like Fabiano and the Carlsen when they made 12 draws, and Carlsen
Yeah.
was winning in game 1. And imagine he wins game 1 with black. Every game will be like a huge fight. So here as well, right? You cannot simply make draws and wait for your opponent to make a mistake, because maybe she doesn't. You will have to put pressure, have to be creative. So we perhaps will see a lot of results if this one is won by Zhongyi. Now she has all the chances to do so. So, okay, so it's very hard for me to... Oh, okay, how about h4 for black in this position, just to try to exchange more pawns? Because I can see computer wants to give a check on b8. And now for some reason it goes king d7, allowing rook g8. But let's say we go king f7. Now goes king c5, and let's say I take g3, and maybe there is no counterplay.
Yes. I think rook b8 is very clever, because it stopped black to play h3, rook a2. You cannot play h3. I can
like kind
take
of not
take
in
the
time.
pawn. I can capture the
Even this one, yeah, you can simply capture the h pawn. Rook a2 played.
Yes, rook a2.
And now, for what we know, it's king c5 or check, king c5 also possible. But yeah, first I think king c5, and then it's important to have the rook on the 7th rank.
I think king c5 will be played quickly, I think.
Yeah. Okay. Let's once again play my favorite game. Why can I do something stupid not to win? Like if I go h4, for instance, it's already a draw. h4, rook a3.
Rook a3, yes.
Yeah, and it's already a draw. Because now, if you try to do the same, like go king c5, rook takes g3, check on b8.
Oh, sorry, check.
And it just goes to e7 or d7. Yeah, d7, check, king, back to e8, by the way. Back to e8.
And now rook g7 is not a...
Yeah, rook g7 is not a threat. Maybe this is the main thing. And if king d6, it's rook e3, rook g7, rook e4. So when you take the g pawn, I take the f pawn, and I'm ready to take the last pawn remaining.
Yes.
Yeah. So again,
king c5 is on the board.
yeah, king c5 is on the board. But yeah, h4, I agree. h4 is artificial. It's like you do not play h4.
Yes.
It's much more understandable how, let's say, Wenjun played c5 instead of b4. Here, yeah, you went for this plan, you went king e5, provoked f6. Now, of course, you want to bring the king to the 6th rank. So king to c5, rook takes h2. Now, if you go king d6 immediately, g5 apparently saves black. I don't quite understand how it is. So if we didn't give these two checks, if the king is not cut off on the 7th rank,
yes. So
because
let's go
now
king e6.
King e6, it's a check on e2.
I take.
King f6, yes, g takes f, and h4.
Oh, actually, it's amazing for me. That's a draw.
Yeah, but it's probably like a draw by, like, for instance, if you didn't play h4 but something else, it's like absolutely lost. So it's probably like some forcing lines. So h4. I imagine if you get it to h2, you're maybe making a draw. So that's why. But for example, yeah, like rook b8, king d7, rook h8. Aha. And rook h2, you see, so with one pawn it would be lost. Like if you take, lose h4, take d5, for instance, would be lost. So it's rook h2, and then if king e5, it's back check on e2, only move.
Yeah.
So it is still like very tricky. It's very tricky. Anyway, it will not happen because rook b8 is played. And if you think of it, it's very logical. So before going king d6, you can have the same position, but with opponent's king cut off on the last rank. Of course you do it. Yeah, so well played, but also it is quite a logical follow-up to give a check. So rook b8, and we figured out doesn't matter where the king goes, the other check will happen. And then we see where black king goes, because sometimes it's rook g7, sometimes it's king to d6. I remember we were praising Wenjun's endgame technique, but so from what I can see from Zhongyi so far, very impressive. Yes,
Yeah.
d5 maybe wasn't kind of the most precise, but after d5 she demonstrated that I knew what I was doing. It's d5, king goes forward, and I will win. So far looks very, very convincing from her side. Yeah, for Wenjun it's a kind of sad choice without a choice, because yeah, you can play 3 legal moves and all of them lose.
And I have to say, I really respect to Zhongyi after she played d5, because d5 is not the good move, and after Wenjun responds a move, and she can choose her exciting and emotion, and then move the correct move.
Yeah, and she also,
so
I
now-
think she also stopped and spent some time on this king e5, right? So she
Yes.
had 59 minutes, 7 minutes she spent on this plan, king e5 and then king d4. Yeah. So now, yeah, it is completely winning according to an engine, but for the game in the World Championship match, it's not over until the clock is stopped. You know?
Yes.
The least you want to do is like blunder some silly defense and not win the game that you just deserve to win by this point.
Rook endgame is sometimes really easy to draw, but sometimes I think it's the most difficult. You can make any mistakes in a very tiny situation.
Yeah, and to be perfectly honest, I mean that's the only one that I mean with the d pawn, that's the one I know the least. Like well, everybody more or less knows with what happens with the a pawn or b pawn is less studied, but also studied with the b pawn. The d pawn, it's like in between, because sometimes white actually can defend the king side with the king, right? And let's say the line that we were looking at, rook e5, f5, and white doesn't matter the d pawn, it's there, but I also win on the king side. Sometimes you have to sacrifice, like in our game, sacrifice your king side pawns and rely on the passed pawn. So let's see. Seems like an important choice, but in fact, nothing you can do. Nothing you can do. I think we tried with black king on any of the squares, right? And it doesn't really change much.
Yes. I think maybe still king f7, then king e8 seems like the
check, and yeah, and computer somehow was giving it sort of the best affiliation to go king e8
and rook g7.
Rook g7 now again. Wait a second. Now king d6 first.
Oh, sorry. King d6.
King d6 first, because we want
Yes,
king e6
king
to
e6,
win a
yes.
tempo on king e6. And after rook e2 we go rook g7.
Yes.
Yeah. After rook e2 we go rook g7, and this is where it was like and again we were just saying that it's surprising that this is a draw, and now let's say black goes h4, gh4, rook e4, rook g6, rook f4, h5, it's a win. So it was a draw not so long ago, now this is a win.
Yes.
So it's not so easy to to kind of understand all that.
Actually, after h5, king f7.
King f7, yes, rook g1,
Rook h4.
rook h4, and that's why I'm saying like I'm surprised it's such a convincing win. King c6,
C6.
rook takes pawn, d6, rook h2, and rook c1. King e8,
King C6.
king c7. Probably king e8 is already not good. Yeah, after king c7, white wins. But it's incredible. Like, I would think white has so much time that you can actually push the sorry, black has so much time. Like rook d2, for instance, d7, f5. King c7, and you cannot play king. No, you can play king f6, right?
So here,
yeah, rook c1.
f5, d7.
Yeah, d7, rook d2, king f6.
Let's say king e6.
Or king e6. King e6. d8. d8 still wins, but let's check. I understand it's probably not relevant. But
yeah, because here you cannot play f4. That's the point. f4, rook c5.
F4 you cut off on the 5th rank. Yeah, this is nice. So you have to go king e5, and then
king e7.
Black goes king e7.
My king goes to the G line. And
f4. Rook f1 is one of the ways, right?
Yes.
Rook f1, and after king f5, king f7. This is, by the way, this is nice, because after king f5, king f7 is the only move to win.
Yes, and this is in a lot of textbooks.
Yeah, I mean, I think there is a study by Richard Reti, something very similar.
Yes.
Yeah.
And if I don't remember it wrong, this position after king f5, king f7, if white to play, it's a draw. Here.
Yeah, let's try. So we go king e. Yeah, like let's just lose a tempo with the rook. Yes, you're absolutely right. King g4, rook f1, king f5. If white is to play, it's a draw.
It's a draw because king g7, king g5.
Yeah. All of a sudden, the opposition, the concept that normally you play in the king and pawn endgame, you use in the endgame with pawn against the rook. And some of you guys may say that we are like miles away from the actual position in the game, but imagine how much one has to know, right, in order to play this rook endgames precisely. By the way, Wenjun is getting low on time for the second time in this game. And now, let's see. Yeah, but that means, once again, if, let's say, if something like that was to happen on the board, that means that white still can make a mistake.
Yes.
The white still can make a mistake because it's very narrow. Like, yes, you look at the engine, it says +5 or checkmate in 20, but you play one move wrong and it's a draw. It's back to being a draw. Well, Wenjun goes king d7, but she still has options for all three, let's say, squares. After rook b7, she can go to c8, d8, or e8, whichever she likes the most. And the most stubborn is probably to go to e8, because king c8, rook g7, g5, f5. Once again, we can remind the viewers that this is like maybe the kind of the nicest way of winning here. Like just go f5 and you speculate on this king c6 move, but also your ultimate goal is to go to e6, take f6 pawn, and promote your f pawn. So a check was played, and king c8, rook g7 already happened. Yeah, and it seems there is nothing you can do.
Yes, I think...
Oh wait, and if h4, how do we win? After h4 we take. If rook takes... this is the moment you don't have a check. h4, rook takes, and... no, sorry. h4, I mean gh4, and when black rook takes, there is no check, so we just go king c6.
Yes.
King c6, and this is...
Makes sense.
This is the end, yeah. Because I think, like, if you manage to exchange these pawns, maybe it's a draw.
Yes. For example, some position like
this one, black should be holding.
Yes. And g5 played.
G5 played. So now, f5 is the win. King c6, king d6, both are winning. And if I take, well,
take is a
yeah,
draw,
take
yes.
is a draw. Yeah, takes on g5, rook g5.
Maybe I just h4.
You go h4, yeah, it's a draw immediately.
Yes, and we can show if this happens, black can draw with this rook c4 and rook d4.
Yeah, attack the d pawn, so that after this check on g8, king b7,
If you play rook d8,
rook d8,
because king e6, I play king c7.
king c7,
That's,
and black cannot, white cannot really move the pawn forward. Yeah, so this is the trick, the defensive trick.
yeah.
So white first needs to go rook d8 to defend the pawn, and this is where you go to the long side, right?
Yes. So the king here is important. If,
Yeah,
if king on f7,
yeah, whenever you go king e6, it's check, check, check on the h file.
yes.
g5.
But
so
as we said, f5 is
f5 is
wins convincingly.
nice, yeah, nice move, because g3 pawn seems vulnerable, but black will never have a time to take the g pawn, because king c6, all these checkmating ideas. But still, a chance. It's like it's not impossible for white to just take on g5 and.
yes, and maybe also maybe f5 h4 takes. I can take with g pawn, because we analyze the line.
Yeah,
rook
yeah, with
h4.
rook takes. So if g takes.
Yes, because I want my pawn more closer to
Promotion. Yeah, yeah.
yes.
King. I don't know, d6 for
C6,
instance.
d6.
King d6.
I think I just h3.
h3, rook h7, and if rook h1, you just go, I think, king e6, right? No, king e6 is bad again.
King e6
I don't
is-
understand how it works, but king e6 is bad. No, it probably wins, but it doesn't. The computer doesn't go king e6. It goes rook h6, and now if h2. Wow, this is. I'm learning something new. Waiting move like rook h4 or rook h3 even. You cannot go to d8,
yes,
right? So king has to go to b7,
and then king d7.
and then. No, yeah, king d7 probably good, but no, king d7 is not good. Rook b3 check. Rook b3 check.
Oh,
and
this
then
is
puts the rook on b2.
and it's just one for black.
Yeah,
Yeah.
king c8, rook b2, and you just win. Or you have to go to the a file somewhere, like a6, a7, and then it's still rook b2,
Yes,
and you move on the a file, and this is where you go king d7 finally.
Yes, yes.
Because now rook
True.
d1, rook h2, rook d5, king e6, black king is on a5 like miles away. f5 on the board.
Yes, f5 on board.
Impressive. Really, really impressive.
And I made the decision.
Relatively quickly, almost like
Yes.
she knows what to do here. Yeah, brilliant move.
And I want to say, let's say the position we talked before, f5 here. I think if white play here rook h1, if white to play king e6 to capture the pawn, I think it's a draw, because h2 I take, and king d8, white cannot make any progress. I just
Wait a second.
but
Rook h7. I have to play rook h7 first. Yeah, rook h1, king e6,
if I play
h2.
you take
Wait, if I take
king d8.
king d8, no, somehow it found the way. d6.
Can I play king c8?
c8, and again it uses it like give a check, go to the second rank. Rook c7, rook c2.
Yes, I like this idea.
Yeah, check, c2, and then king d7, rook d2, and again zugzwang after zugzwang after zugzwang. Yeah.
Yes.
But incredibly tricky, even this one. It's like you probably find it because you just like play what you think the best moves are for white and eventually win, but to calculate it from afar is not easy at all.
Yeah.
H4 played, the pawns exchanged on H4. So now King D6 or Rook H7 both win. But for example, King C6 is already a draw. One move, King C6, Rook C2 check, King D6, H3, Rook H7, let's say H2, and then if King E6, black gives a check. Ah, no, never mind me. Rook D2. Actually, check is also a draw, and I think we should believe this engineer. Check, King F6, King D8. It says zeros.
Actually, Rook D2, King F6, you also need to play King D8.
Ah, yeah, you're right. You are not taking the pawn. Yeah.
Yes.
So something like this is apparently a draw because D pawn doesn't really help. So I think you can get like King on F8, maybe, and pawn on F7, but then you cannot win. Maybe that's the point. Like somehow, okay, here black has Rook E7, but
sorry.
no, it's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay. But eventually, let's say white gets the king on F8, pawn on F7. But the moment you go to G8, black has a check. Yeah, or like this. Yeah. Like this, and then just King D7, King D8.
Still.
This one.
Yeah,
still a draw. Yeah, King H8, yes. Rook F2.
Yes, but anyway, Rook G2 it's easier.
Yeah, locks the game completely. Okay, Tan has played the move Rook H7, which, if you think of it, is maybe the most practical because Rook belongs behind this pawn anyway, and later on you choose where to play with the king. Now, for example, after Rook F2, you can actually, you can go King C6. Like if black was to play Rook F2 here,
yes,
you can go King C6, but you can also take, it turns out, because the rook when black takes on F5, like you can take H4 first, and then when black takes on F5, the rook is like in a very unlucky position, and you just go King C6 and win.
Yes.
Yeah. She has already played H3. So now officially King D6 is the only winning move. All the rest is a draw. It's the most, anyway, like kind of the most logical move on the board, but. And I'm thinking, wait a second. So that means that if we reach the same position, but black king is on E8, is it a draw or something?
I think.
Because we only King D6, we only win because black cannot go King D8 because of this checkmate, right?
Yes.
And if we were going King C6, it was a draw because of some like checks and stuff.
Yeah,
very tricky these endgames are. Okay, if I give, let me see. Okay, I'll give two checks. Black goes to E8. Yes, it's a draw.
Yes, a draw.
With the king on E8, with white to move, it's a draw. So I gave two checks, and I've given away my win.
And King D6 maybe?
Yeah, now
F2?
King D6, you get King F8,
King
or,
F8
or Rook F2. Rook F2 is also good, yeah. Rook F2, and yeah, what's important, so now the adequate situation is King E6, right? With King on C8, we are going King C6.
C6 is
now with King on E8, we're going King E6, and because black has Rook E5, it's a draw.
Yeah, but I think I should mention last trick for white, because now King F6 you cannot play Rook D5 if I make sure. Yes.
Yeah, brilliant.
Yes.
Brilliant. Rook D5, King E6. You're absolutely right. Yeah, I thought, okay, finally. Yeah, but you actually take, and you move the literally anywhere else.
Yes.
Yeah, like even like Rook E7. Rook E7 is a draw, but not Rook D5. Yeah. Nice.
Yes. So a king on E8 is very important in this position.
But with king on E8, there was some other win. It's not like she missed a draw by doing this.
Yes, king on E8. I remember something like I don't play F5. I can take on G5. It's winning.
Yeah, because then the king would be on F7 and then like some other win.
Yes.
Okay. So H3. Now white has to find King D6.
Yes.
And we may actually see this funny line when I remember White was playing waiting moves like rook h6, h2, rook h3,
Yes.
king b7, rook b3. Yeah. King to the a file, rook b2, king on somewhere on the a file.
And rook.
And then king d7,
yeah,
I guess.
king d7,
d7. Wait, but if I'm waiting still, okay, you go to d6 and I'm waiting, and you go to d8 and I'm waiting. You go d7, I'm waiting. Now.
Now I can play rook.
Rook
Rook
e2,
e2, yes,
rook
rook
e2.
e2.
King yeah, I was
Yes.
thinking maybe somehow I have to take the f6 pawn, you know. No, you just like go rook e2, king
Yes,
e7.
rook e2,
The
yes.
h pawn does not promote at all. Yeah.
Yes. So
Okay.
maybe if I don't play king d7, rook e2, maybe also wins.
Maybe rook e2 immediately and just go after the f pawn.
Yes.
Yeah.
But anyway, king d7 is much safer for win. Yes.
Yeah, just
keep
to be sure. Yeah. So after h3, but this one is so after that. If she finds king d6, I think practically on every move she has alternatives. Now king d6 is the only move to win. So it is tremendously important to play it. Because I imagine you can see some alternatives. Wait, what happens if d6? Is it an easy draw, or like for example you can give a check on c2 is one way to make a draw, king d5,
h2.
h2, king
Yes, king
e6,
e6, rook e2.
check, king f6,
King
king
d8.
and something that we
Yes.
already seen. Yeah, with the
Yes.
pawn on the second rank, White can kind of advance the pawn, but only to f7, not to f8.
Yes.
Yeah. So needs to find king d6. Some lessons in the rook endgames.
Yeah, it's a very good experience.
No, but look, but like first of all, in the game, it's already a lot of stuff happened. But also, like while waiting for them to make moves, we covered a lot of different topics
Yes.
for this rook endgames and rook against pawn. Yeah, sometimes like watching this kind of games, even the end games, is very beneficial for like learning.
Yes. For example, let's say rook h3 in the line we talk about. Sorry, here, h2, rook h3, a waiting move.
Yeah, the
Yes.
waiting move, and then
And
it
check.
turns out you play for the Zug's one. Yeah. Some pattern which is like new to me, to be honest, and it's a nice one.
Yes.
Okay, so now a very important moment. Well, you could say any move is important, but it's one move, well, pretty much one move away from victory. This king d6, because then I don't think black can do anything. King d6, and
I think rook h1 is the
maybe the trickiest, yeah, because
yes.
rook f2 is too easy. Yeah, we
Rook
can
h3
just
and
take
king
and
c6,
king
yes.
c6, and
Yes.
it's game over.
yes.
No counterplay, nothing.
I will show it if I just take and the king c6.
King
King
c6,
d8
yeah,
and d6.
king d8, yeah. Or even, I think even like you can do with check, yeah, d6 maybe certainly, but you
Yeah.
can go also check,
Check,
d7. And
Yes, it's still enough. Or like
yeah, you can't even sacrifice the rook. Yeah, like it's d7, d8. It's a queen. It's not even the rook against the pawn.
yes.
Yeah, so absolutely zero chance. Let's see. But I'm still kind of a little bit puzzled because it's not easy to calculate till like very end, right? So you'd almost like would have to guess. And still, to me, for instance, king d6 is the most tempting move,
Yes.
strangely. But also this idea that I can play d6 and get with the king on e6, maybe it really depends, like I want to say, it depends on what you start calculating first, maybe. If you
Yes.
started with d6 line, you believe it's winning, you calculate it till some point, and maybe you don't realize that, okay, pawn gets to f7 but doesn't get to f8, and you can make a mistake like this. So luckily for Tan, she has a lot of time, and now that she stopped, she probably considers all the options. But still, only one move wins while all the others don't. And especially funny is that, like, if you give 2 checks, because sometimes people do this, especially if short on time, you know, like
Yes.
give 2 checks to get 1 minute, and then rook h8, king d7, rook h7, king e8, and it's a drawish position.
Yes. If both players exchange the time, I think rook h8, rook h7 to s7
Could happen, yeah.
could
Yeah.
happen. Yes.
Yeah, so I have less time. Yeah, like I can repeat. So 1 more minute. Yeah, you're right. So now for her, it doesn't make sense to try to win the time this way. And we also
Yeah.
know that it would let away the victory. Yeah,
Well, this is a
it's a very big moment for
very
Tan.
big moment. Yeah.
Yeah, also, like taking an early lead, winning her first white game. She was very convincing with her black game. I'm really, yeah, that'd be very tough situation. But you informed me, or rather reminded me, that indeed Wenjun started, as the outsider, started already like 3 matches, and she manages to score back. So she won two of these matches. She won on a tiebreak, I think. Yeah, it was a tiebreak against Kuryachkin. I was a tiebreak against Lucknow. And then with Zhongyi, she managed to. Was it the last game she won?
The last game she won.
So she won. So she equalized the score, and then she won the last game. Yeah.
Yes.
Right. So it won't be over anyway. But the more she thinks, the more I'm kind of afraid that she will not find King D6, Tan Zhongyi, that is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sometimes you think too much about your.
Yeah. What are other options? What is the? Yeah.
Yes. Always, I always do some stupid things, like I spend a lot of times to make sure obvious move is correct or not. And for example, I spent let's say 20 minutes to make sure King D6 is good or not, and my result is I'm not sure. And then I just spent 1 minute to make a decision King C6, and I play it.
Yeah, well,
Always in the game.
I understand what you're talking about. So that, yeah, it happened to me recently. Like last time I was playing, I was like a relatively low-level tournament, and yeah, like sometimes I'm asking myself, like, did you really have to think 20 minutes to make this obvious move, right? I mean, and it's even like if somebody is asking you, yes, I was trying to calculate King D6, but if I would approach it the other way, like, what are my alternatives? And maybe you just eliminate the alternatives. You say, okay, like my checks don't make any sense. There is King C6, but, well, you can quickly, maybe not so quickly, but check, yeah, King C6, there is a check on C2 and H2 and some problems. Maybe this is how you come to the conclusion. I have to go King D6, and then if it's winning, it's winning, but all the rest is draw. Yeah, sometimes people also make decisions like this. Yeah, King D6. Once again, is the only winning move. So today's game is longer than the first one, already 4 hours, right? And it can last for some more. It can last for some more, not much more though. Like with any moves, if King, no, wait, it can be like this. It can be, let's say she plays D6, but then Wenjun doesn't find, let's say, a draw. This can kind of make the game last long.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's either quick draw or quick win after king d6. Relatively quick win. Again, it was a very high level game till move 30, and then unlucky 31st move c5 for Wenjun. It was the start of her problems. Okay, still calculating.
Yes.
Okay, realistically, how many moves do we have? We don't want to give checks, no. So it's
Yes.
d6, king d6,
King
king
c6.
c6.
Yeah. Even if Tan Zhongyi was not sure what she should play, she will not give a check because it's at time for her opponent.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes. Three different.
Three different moves, yeah.
Yes, but
Three
only
different
one.
options. And as we know, both king c6 or d6 allow black to make a draw after rook check and h2. So it is important to prevent black from having the pawn on h2 and the rook on the second rank.
So whose rook on the second ranks who will have the better result?
Yeah. Well, it's white has the rook on h7. By the way, it was important back, like few moves back, when she gave these two checks on the second.
Yes.
Again, rook h1. Yeah, king d6. Ah, now it's white has rook on the second rank, and then it's then it's. By the way, it's probably not the only way to win for white, this rook h3, but it's a very beautiful one, rook h3 or rook h4.
Yeah. Also, some moves like maybe rook h8 check and rook c7, then rook c2. So
wait a second.
not
After
sure.
I said rook h3, rook h4 is not the same. After rook h8, king b7. Believe it or not, but it's a draw again.
Yeah, because rook h7.
Rook
who will not
h7,
play
king b6.
Yes.
And then it's just like you hide king d7, king c5, let's say. d6. Anything.
King d5.
Yeah, king d5 is good, but king b6 is also a draw apparently. So basically it happens like king d8, king c6, d7,
King d6.
d7, no, rook d1. Rook d1 after d7.
Ah, yes.
And that's so like you want to take it on d7 so that after rook h2, rook d7, white king is cut on the last rank. Okay, it's way too far. But wait a second. So does it mean that like when this position with rook on h1 happens,
That's
king d6, yeah, it was the rook on
here.
h1. So you like say wait,
Yep.
h2, and then if you don't see this idea with a stalemate, right? Or not a stalemate,
Sorry?
but a Zugzwang. King d6, rook h1, or how? Yeah, rook h1, rook h6. We played one waiting move, and after h2.
For example, like this.
No. I want.
Sorry. Here.
Yeah,
At h2?
just h2. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
H2.
Rook h6, h2, and then if let's say if you don't see this idea with rook h4, because let's say for example after rook h7, let's say you go rook h7,
King b8.
king b8,
Only move.
and you still need, in order to win, you still have to find this idea, like
Yeah.
go to fourth or third rank and give a check and come to the second.
Yeah, because according to king d7, black just need to wait.
Yeah, king
yes.
d7, king b7 is a draw. Even king a7 is a draw.
Yeah, even king a7 is a draw. Yes.
Yeah.
Also, rook h3 is very important.
Yeah, rook h3 or h4, but this idea that you get your rook on the second rank. So that must be why it's so hard for Tan to decide on king d6, because maybe, as like again, like I'm getting carried away with, I see it's +5, whatever black does, so I'm thinking, okay, it's easy. But it's not so easy, it turns out. To be fair, after king d6 and rook h1, it can be that king e6, the brutal way, is also a win.
But I think h2 you need to play king d6 back.
No, you can take. I think we looked at it. You can take,
King
and
d8.
then after king d8, d6, and check on c7 or e7.
Yes.
So it's kind of same. Wait a second. And if rook d1 after d6,
I can
then
just,
it's a winning kind of
yeah.
Lucena type of position.
Yes.
Yeah, like king
The
g7
king
or
F1.
king f7, king g7, king f7.
Yes, so I have an interesting thought. For example, if this position is played, is white to move, is it a draw?
I mean, wait a second. It could be. Yeah. Wait, king f6. So how do we get this? King f6, king d8, and then it's a check. Maybe check. King c8, d6, king d8. It is a draw.
It is a
so
draw.
it's again a mutual Zugzwang.
Sorry. Yeah, it's.
Yeah, it is again a mutual Zugzwang. So if white is to move here, it's a draw. If black to move, he loses. Like, I believe by the end of this match, we should compose a study in the rook endgame. Yeah. No, but seriously, I was claiming, yeah, king d6, easy win. But you see, I mean, it's a lot of like tricks. It's a lot of tricks. So there is one win with like mutual Zugzwang, and there is the other one with this rook h3, rook b3 check, or rook c3 check, which is also not easy at all. Down to half hour. Down to half hour. Tan Zhongyi, still no move from her. And again, reminder to our viewers that king d6 is the only move that wins.
Yes. So Miro, I think the game will still last long. Maybe we can.
Yeah, maybe we can take a quick break, just to refresh. That's the longest game of the match so far, and we will be back in 5 minutes. And we really hope to see the end of this endgame. Yeah. Welcome back. Welcome back to the second game of Women's World Championship Match 2025. Well, the decisive stage of this game, the end game, where Zhongyi has all the chances. While we were on a break, she did play the winning move, king to d6. And Wenjun replied, well, we know that any move would lose with white's correct play, but probably king b8 is not the most stubborn. King to d7 was played. And now you are probably no longer in time, right? So if rook h1, if black tries the same defense, rook h1, d6, h2. Now you can still return back to this idea, rook h3 or rook h4 and the check and go to the second rank. Yeah, and probably now it's easier, even like easier to find, because
Yes.
yeah, you control the C file. You don't need this like Zugzwang on the C file, so you just go rook h3. You give the check on the next move. You go to the second rank, and this is it. Yeah. Well deserved win if she ends up winning it. And again, having an early lead in a, well, still I would say it's kind of guest part of the match, right? So we know both players know each other very well. I believe Zhongyi played in Shanghai many times, but still, like if we think of them representing their own cities, first part of the match is held in Shanghai, which is home city for the world champion, for Wenjun on your screen. So Zhongyi taking an early lead in her opponent's city means a lot, of course. And the last match against Evgenij, was it the same Shanghai and then Chongqing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it was more or less the same scenario, right?
I think all the only with Lugano is in.
Yeah, it was in Khanty-Mansiysk. Yeah, you're right. With Goryachkina it was the same. Yeah, it
Yes,
started in
Shanghai.
Shanghai and then it moved to Russia, to Vladivostok or something.
Yes, and the first time is also when Zhongyi is the defending champion, is also Shanghai first and then to Chongqing.
Well, I didn't realize it was also played in two cities. Back then, and for whatever reason, I thought it was like Shanghai in one place. Yeah, it was Shanghai, Chongqing again.
Yes, because I remembered because at that time I was a young player and I was an amateur, and I come to the playing hall to see
To watch the games.
to
yeah.
watch the game, and I remember
Nice.
it's game 3 in Shanghai, so I know Shanghai first
nice.
and Chongqing next.
So king d7, and it's not even clear what is the chance. Wait, okay, rook d2. After rook d2, again, king e6, h2 would be a draw, so you have to take. Rook
Yes.
h3 takes on d5, king e6.
But I think
But the
this
king is way too far. Yeah, so
Yes.
there is no more precision needed. White, very straightforward, just takes the pawn and promotes it. So I'm just like looking for maybe last chance, last trick for black, but I cannot find it. Rook f2, by any chance, rook f2. But then we take rook f5 and we give a check on b3. The most, I mean, probably everything wins, but like if you can give a check and cut the king on the, on the a file, d6. The evaluation is plus 50 or something,
Yes.
which doesn't make any sense. Yeah, so that's just like winning relatively easy. Okay, so they're making more moves. King to b7. Wenjun
this is a
decided
move.
to just wait. Now,
Or maybe she wants to play king b6, king c5.
wait. So if
More-
d6, king b6. But it's somehow it's not the same, because now I'm looking
Yes.
like everything. Computer says like everything, because the pawn is not on h2 yet.
Yes,
maybe.
I can move my king to not only d5. You cannot give a check and promotion.
Yeah. So, okay, king b7.
And d6.
d6, king b6 on the board. d6, king b6 on the board. Okay, let me try not to win this game. Like king e6. King e6, I managed, yes. King e6 doesn't win, rook e2.
Take and h2.
Take and h2, and it's still a draw. So there is still a way to go wrong, because the black king is in the square of the d pawn. If you go d7, it's king c7, and it's important. Yeah, but from then on it will be an easy draw. But so still important not to go king e6. But other than that, any move, any rook move on the h file wins. And also, wait. So let's say if I go rook h4, for instance.
Yes.
Apparently it's important that after king c5 I go king, no, anything. I thought king c7 because one of the winning moves is king c7.
This is, I think this is beautiful. Rook d2, rook h3, and take rook c3.
Yeah, rook d2, rook h3, this, rook c3, and you win the pawn endgame at the end.
Yes.
Yeah, king b6, but apparently it's not important. After rook h4, king c5, king c7 is not the only move. King e6 now, wait, now king e6 wins because black king is too far.
Yes.
Yeah, so with the king on b6 it was a draw, but now the same idea, like check and go h2, loses to d7, of course. Yeah, it's weird because it looks like white is so much winning, like in many ways, and very often it relies on some zugzwang on one tempo. Yeah, and again, if you only watch the computer evaluation, don't understand what's happening. It's +4, +4, +4. So it was easily winning, right? Someone will say, try to win it. Yeah, try to win it at the board. It can be very challenging.
And also, I think Wenjun played this king b8, king b7 idea, maybe because she found the rook h4. I mean, rook h3.
Maybe she knew that if she puts the pawn on h2, she loses, and she thought maybe this offers you her chance.
Yes, because for example, here a black pawn on h3, you have to move your rook not h3, not on h3, but
on h4, right?
And then maybe king c5 and.
So some chances, right?
Yes.
But apparently here you win with king d8 also wins. King d8, king c6.
I think king d8 maybe rook d2.
Maybe I will have to repeat, right?
Yes.
If rook d2, no, same thing. You can. It's not the same thing. Rook h3 also wins. Rook d6, d6, king e7, rook c6, I think rook e7 or whatever. Yeah, again, like rook e3 is our move, but just to let you know, computer says, you know what, rook h2 or something. I'm not in a hurry. I'm not in a hurry. I will win it. I don't know why, right? I mean, it's the same. The main idea is, of course, you go to e3 and to e6, but also, you don't have to rush. You can go rook h2 first and then to e2. Yeah. So, but the final moves of this endgame are actually very, very tense for both players, because also Tan, she wants to be like very precise. She spent on this final rook endgame move, she spent maybe more time than in the middle game.
Yes.
So, well, that's a sign of a classy player. Then you don't want to, they don't want to miss the win when it's already there.
Yes.
And she, let me double check how much time did she spend on king d6 after h3. So she had 49 minutes, and she played king d6. 22 minutes spent on the move king d6. But as long as it's a winning move, no questions asked. Well done. So king b6, now she only has to make a decision and not go king e6, Miro's recipe to make a draw.
Yes.
Is any other move wins, or? Okay, again, silly. If king d6, if king e6 doesn't win, if I go king e7, and after this check, I change my mind and I go to
King
d8.
d8.
Now king c6, d7, h2
H2.
is a draw because king c8, rook a2. Wow.
What?
Rook a2.
Whoa.
And I'm
Oh, this is
threatening a
amazing.
check. Wait, but it doesn't stop there. d8 knight. Black is white is up a horse, but
Yes.
white is not winning. Yeah. Now it's like the h2 pawn is too strong, so d8 knight, king anywhere is a draw.
Yes.
But it's a funny line. Anyway,
Yes,
anyway, like rook a2 only move to survive, and then d8 knight, king d6.
And
By the way, she
time
just
to-
played the move king d8. In a position on the board, she played the move king d8. And it is one of the winning moves.
So I want to ask, rook d2, rook h3 is the only winning move?
Let's see. Rook d2. Okay, if d7.
d7?
Yeah, even d7 wins because it's white. It's the same position but tempo up, so black is not in time to set up this. So after h2, you can go king e8. Wait
Sorry?
a second.
Mm,
I'm saying it's winning. It's only winning because this queen endgame is winning.
Whoa,
It's
this
easy for
is-
computers, right?
yes, but
Yeah, h1 queen. Yeah, just show it. Again, this is a lesson for people at home because no one in his life wants to play this on the board, right? With white,
Yes.
like it's easily winning queen endgame. No, you don't want this. But for computers, it's okay. I know,
It's
50
still
moves or
winning.
whatever, 60 moves, and this pawn promotes. Yeah, this
Actually,
is something.
I
Is
think
it? Is it though? Yeah, it's strange. It doesn't have my engine doesn't have table base, so it doesn't say like the result. It says 3.6, but I think it is winning.
Yes, I think if Wenjun managed to play the position till now, it's
Yeah, like
very
with
big
queens,
success.
maybe she even will have some chance, right? Because
Yes.
yeah, I just checked with table base. It is winning for white, but okay, no one wants this. So after king d8, what was this? Rook
d2.
Rook d2. Yes, and if not rook h3 but d7, I think we automatically get this endgame.
Yes.
I think we automatically get this endgame. Yeah, this exchange of rooks and so on. And by the way, king e8 is the only move. If not king e8, it's just a draw. It's
Yeah,
not like you
it
can
makes
make a
sense.
lot of it's not like you can make a lot of other moves. Yeah, but it's a draw. So after I think rook d2 is the best chance anyway. You cannot be waiting for white to to get all the way to like 7th rank.
Or maybe rook h1.
Rook h1,
But here rook
d7.
Yes, here is impossible to.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
you don't stop the d pawn. So after h2, white just goes king
King
e7.
e7 is enough. Yeah.
King e7 is enough.
Yeah, because king c7, I just take on h2 and it's winning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So rook d2 is the best chance, and then rook takes, and king e7 is a win. And now actually after rook c6, yeah, rook e3, rook
Yeah.
d3, computers rook h2. There's also
Yeah.
a check on b3 and then rook e3.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe. Yes. No, rook h2. I think it's just like it was a glitch. It's because
yes,
it's everything is
everything
winning,
is
and
winning.
it shows like okay, yeah, I can also do this, but it doesn't make much sense. This one. All right, 3 minutes left for the world champion to play her next. Well, to play till the end of the game. Yeah, let's not forget 30 seconds increment. So she is looking for kind of the best chance. The best chance.
So maybe let's say king c6.
Yeah. I think we tried king c6. What was it? Yeah, d7 only move.
King d6.
King d6.
I will try my best to find something
Rook
different.
e7. It says. What is rook? Ah, rook
rook
e7
e7.
and check on e6.
Yes, and king e8, rook e6.
Cuts away the king.
Yeah, rook e7 is not a difficult move to find.
Yeah, and also it's
Yeah.
not the only one, I think, because computer says rook h6 also wins. Rook h6 also
Yeah.
wins. But maybe then after, let's say, king e5, maybe you will have to once again, like rook versus pawn and somehow win very precise. Okay, Wenjun played rook h1. So after rook h1, we set d7, h2,
king
king
e7.
e7,
Yes.
king e7, check, king f6, king c7,
And rook h2.
rook h2, king d7. I mean, it's
rook-
winning. I'm just like looking. We'll
Rook
probably
h7,
see it.
yeah.
Like we'll probably see it very soon on the board.
Yes, I think it's
It's what's
yes,
going to happen. Yeah. D7
D7,
already
H2.
played. H2 already played.
actually I haven't seen any other moves for white to win the game.
Rook h6 may be one. Rook h6.
If I play king b7,
King b7 is the same, right?
Yeah.
King b7 is. Yeah,
Yeah, it's the
I
same,
cannot
yeah.
really force you now anywhere. Yes, I will have to go to e7 and all that. Okay, so rook h1, d7. So because we still have, like, we are somewhat behind on our analysis board. It will update itself, right?
yeah, it's already updated.
Rook h1.
But d7 still not on board.
D7 h2, and white has to go. Yeah, so they're fighting literally to the last pawn.
Yes.
Well, what can I say? Of course, it's a good fight, but Wenjun would prefer for it to end in a draw, much early on. Yeah, I'm checking, like, if you can somehow, well, rook h3. Wait a second. So now, if king c6,
You can go king c8. Still not that sure.
no, king c8, rook a1
a1,
again,
yeah.
same tricks.
But yes. Rook c3, king b5. It's
Yeah.
yes.
So after king c6, apparently you can still perform the same trick, give a check on c3, and after king whatever it goes, you go to c2.
Yeah, because king d6 is not possible.
King d6, king c8, and
yeah.
d8 comes with a check.
And king b7, rook c2.
Rook c2, and then
Rook a2, rook b2 next move.
yeah. But also if king b6, you can go king c8. So it's black kind of has to go king b8.
King b8, yes.
And then you go rook b2. And then what?
And rook
rook e2, our
yes.
famous trick. Yeah, rook e2, king e7. Yeah. So in fact, rook h3 might be even like easier win.
And rook h3 is on the board.
Yeah, rook h3 is on the board. King b7. Rook b3 played very quickly, and now she's very, very confident.
Yes. I think if Tan Zhongyi see this line, she really deserves the win, because this is the what we thought is the most difficult line for win.
Yeah, check, king a7. Yeah, just go rook b2. Yes.
Yes. Very confident.
Rook b2. And
A6,
there is not much you can do. Yeah.
Yes. King a6 is the only move here. Because king a8, I have, for example, I can play king e7, maybe it's also a win.
Yeah, king 8. Ah, you can play king c7 maybe. And after
Yeah,
this
even-
check, you go king b6.
I,
And you want to checkmate, and if rook d1, you go take the pawn, and it's checkmate with the rook.
yeah, but I saw some trick. Maybe I can play rook c6.
Ah, rook c6, yeah, of course, yeah, you can.
Yes,
And if king takes, it's a queen, and
It's a queen.
queen somehow always finds checks. Yeah.
yes.
So whenever you think, okay, maybe there is like study, no, there's always check, which queen always finds checks.
Yeah, but anyway, we just
Yeah.
we
White
don't take-
White doesn't need any of that. Yeah, like
Yes.
rook e7.
But-
Rook e2. Rook e2 is on the board, by the way. She has already played rook e2
Yes.
and king back to. Wait, king back to b7, but king e7, the game ends, right?
Rook b2, rook e2, king. Yes, king,
King
e7.
e7.
It's finished. I mean, king e7 maybe just wins the rook.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the d8 next move. And okay, it doesn't matter, but I said d8 next move, so you could say, but I play rook e1. And then I say yes, but I didn't say I promoted to a queen. I go d8 knight. After you rook e1 and I still win. Doesn't matter much. Well, so we just wait for the confirmation that this result is official. So if we have, no, we don't have the result yet, but it is what it is. It's a win for Zhongyi, the brave challenger. And yeah, she takes an early lead in this Women's World Championship match 2025. Once again, very impressive game, right? Two parts, exactly. Looked like very tricky opening fight, middle game, all this,
Yes.
and brilliantly played by Wenjun at some point. Like defending, equalizing, solving the opening problems. And then comes this inaccurate move c5, after which we know it's still a draw, but she had to defend. And then, like the moment she, what you said, like rook b3 or rook f5, almost like a
Yes.
lottery. Like you're unlucky, you're a little bit short on time. She plays rook f5. Now her position is lost, and from then on, Zhongyi, incredible. Like no,
Yes.
not a single chance. So again, yes, of course, I imagine Wenjun will not be happy, but high quality game. Well played, and yeah, tomorrow's the rest day, so players will have to reflect, and we will also recharge our energy, right? And see you guys the day after tomorrow for game 3.
Yes, and it's official. Zhongyi wins the game. They shake hands.
Yeah, so the game is done. We will be having a press conference anytime soon with, I'm not sure if both players will attend, so Zhongyi for sure will be happy to, right? And we will say, I think we are ready to say goodbye to you guys. It was a longer game today, but we don't mind. It was very entertaining, Rook Endgame, you know. So please make sure to come back the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow is the free day. And after tomorrow, same time, 3 p.m. Shanghai time, we will start talking about game 3.
欢迎大家来参加我们今天第2轮的棋手交流会。Welcome all the friends and media to the second game of press conference. So again, let's welcome our press officer, Charlize, to start the interview.
Welcome everyone. Today we will have the game in front of us to talk a bit about the moves with both players. And we'll get right into it. Ju, my first question is to you. The first curious decision was here on move 38, where you played rook f5. Were you considering rook b3 at all? What was going on in this position?
那我们现在今天就是有这个屏幕和这个投影来一起来观察今天的这个对局。那我们新闻官第一个问题呢是给具文君。在38回合的时候呢，具文君选择了这个车往后退2个格子，车 F5。那当时有没有想过说走车 B3 呢？
我有想过车 B3，但是可能没有一个特别具体的计划，但是可能应该车 B3会更好一点吧。
具文君 thought about rook B3 for a while. But at the time, she didn't find any specific plan, so she tried to go the other way.
Then, of course, an important moment, probably of the most important of the whole game, came on move 40, just as the time control was being added. Here, King E8 gave white an advantage. Did you consider B4 at all? This is a question for both players. For black to play a move like b4.
那下一个问题呢，就是在第40个回合的时候，当时黑方具文君选择了是出王走王到E8这个格子。那除了这个之外呢，还有比如说兵到 B4的这个选项。那当时主要是第40个回合是有时限的压力，因为我们都知道说在规定时间内要完成一定的步数。所以新闻官这个问题呢是问2位棋手都是要问的。那我们先从具文君开始吧。当时是怎么考虑，怎么会这个选择了在这个阶段走这一步棋？
没有太多的时间进行一个判断吧，可能就走了不好的招法。
At the time, Zhu Wenjun believed that under the time pressure, it was very difficult to actually make the right judgment. So she picked the King E8.
当时我确实看到了，但是我觉得他因为没有时间了嘛，然后他既然选择 Gf5的话，就是跟 B4的话，他就相当于逻辑上面，就是如果他这样的话，他可能之前就干脆别保兵，可能也是和棋，我觉得，只是说可能要苦一点。对。
To Tan Zhongyi, B4 was a logical continuation after the rook retreat to that square. If black would like to sacrifice the pawn, she probably could do that a long time ago. So let's say the match and the mix was not that perfect. So she believes that at the moment, B4 maybe doesn't look like that logical. So it's quite reasonable for black to make that choice.
And this time control, time problems started earlier for you, Ju. About move 10, here you spent 3 consecutive moves, you spent 10 minutes on these moves. Were you unsure of the plan, what was going on? Because this, of course, affected the game later on.
那新闻官接下来的问题呢，也是问具文君，就是在第10个回合之后呢，就是具文君有一些部分是需要进行一些长时间的思考，那中面的时间呢会走得稍微快一点。那当时他想问一下，这个具文君是在开局中比较谨慎的，还是有其他的考量？
我只是在思考具体选择哪个计划，然后我可能花了一些时间，但是可能想制定一个明确的计划，所以我走了后第6。
Zhu Wenjun thought that there were so many great choices, and she was trying to perfectly carry out a plan, so she spent a lot of time on it.
My final question is for Tan. In the last match in 2018, it was actually Zhu who won the second game. You had the same colors playing with English. Back then, you were surprised by the opening choice. What were your thoughts today with your opponent's preparation?
那我们的新闻官接下来的这个问题呢是给谭忠仪的。新闻官说，在2018年的这个对决中，第2场也是类似的这个情况，但是当时呢是朱文君就是获胜，然后那个开局也是跟今天一样，是英国式开局。那他觉得说，今时往日有没有什么特别的感受？
确实，当我们制定了这个 C4这个计划的时候，其实团队里面有一些就不一样的声音，他们会觉得这可能就运气不大好，就要不要选择在之后下。但是，我觉得就是我还是坚持，就是选择了这个 C4。我觉得，就是一切都是新的，然后不会有什么就是和之前一样的，就是我也是这么做的。从结果上看来，总归是好的，也没有让我的团队失望。
Before actually make the decision of C4, the team of Tan Zhongyi, they had a little debate, and they also thought about the previous match, about that kind of game, and they talk about if it's bad luck or not. It is Tan who insisted to follow this plan, and her intuition tells her that try something new, and this fresh idea will yield an outstanding outcome. So actually she is quite satisfied about it.
Thank you very much. Now we will open the floor to questions from journalists.
感谢2位棋手的刚才精彩的对局分析。那我们现在呢就可以接受在场的记者朋友们的提问。有哪一位记者朋友提问可以举手？
第一个问题是想问鞠文君，在第11步棋的时候，您选择了走后1期，然后这步棋是可能一个创新，就是主变是车去第8，您方便透露这是您的准备吗？还是就是现场想的一个计划？
就今天这盘棋，我更多是一些临场的一些思考吧，所以，后1期是我自己的想法。
Eileen, could you please repeat the question in English?
Yeah. So at move 11, Zhu chose Queen E7 and deviated from the main line Rook D8. Are you comfortable to share whether it was your preparation or it was an over-the-board inspiration?
Zhu Wenjun said it was mainly the over-the-board decision. She finds that at the moment, over the board.
然后想提问一个就是关于这个问题的，就是谭忠仪，你有觉得有惊喜吗？他选择了这个计划。So for Tan, did you feel surprised when she chose this plan?
其实从他可能选择第5冲兵这个，他就下的很少，就是我确实没有过多的准备，当然我可能也 follow 了一些，但是不是很够，可能但是就是在下的当中，但是局面他毕竟是先手嘛，总归不会差，然后我就一步一步的走，就这个样子。
Tan Zhongyi find that d5 was rarely played by her opponent. There was not too much preparation, but she followed that kind of direction before, and over the board she was still confident because she had the white piece, so she just go with the flow and actually carry out the plan.
还有最后一个问题，就是问谭中怡的，就是在这盘棋的哪个地方，您觉得你可能好了，或者要赢了？Further question, it was for Tan. At which move did she think that she's better or she might win?
我感觉他就是这个F5退的时候，我觉得我有机会了。就是之前我都觉得他可能会有一些压力，那可能是时间上的或者是心理上的，但是棋应该是没有问题。但那步棋之后，我觉得他可能会有一些风险。事实上，可能电脑是说后面的问题，但是我觉得可能是从那里开始的。
Han Zhongyi said that before Rook F5, she believed that the position was a little bit tough, but mainly because of the time pressure or the, let's say, psychological pressure, not technically. But after Rook F5, she thought that she would have better chance. Although AI suggests that maybe there were some other followings, maybe the position collapsed for some other reasons, but Tan Zhongyi believed that the critical moment was Rook F5. 有没有其他记者有提问可以举手，我们会给到话筒。
I think I have one more question for Tan, because this was a moment that kept all of us at the edge of our seats. You spent 20 minutes on King D6 over here, and of course it's winning, but it's still tricky. Can you walk us through what you were calculating in this position, what your other options were? Because King D6 was, of course, the only move.
因为我在检查他走车区1。就是我认为车区可能是最强的，所以说他走王 B8 的时候，我有一点惊讶，可能就是双方没有算到一起去，但是我觉得他走车区1我也能赢，但是我在之前的计算的时候没有看得特别仔细。
那我们新闻官的这个问题呢，是问谭中怡，就是在我们如图的这个局面呢，就是白方只有一个下法是能赢的，首选呢就是王到D6，走在兵的前面。那在这里的话呢，谭中怡是花了20分钟来思考。那他想问一下谭中怡的这个心路历程。那谭中怡就解释了一下他在这边的这个具体的这个思考。For the 20 minutes. Tan Zhongyi checked out Rook H1, the possibilities, mainly Rook H1. She calculated that variation quite thoroughly, but King B8, the continuation was not very much to her expectations, but still she believes she can win anyway.
Thank you. Any further questions, or do we call it a day?
还有没有其他的这个提问？如果有，可以。那我们在这个结束之前呢，也想感谢一下各位媒体的朋友来报道这个比赛，也想感谢一下这个看直播的，在中国和全世界各地的这些棋迷们。Before we conclude our press interview, we would like to thank the organizers and the media friends, home and abroad, all over the world. And we'd like to thank the FIDE team, Anna, Charlize, Andre, Anna, and Evgenij, for all their support and contributions.
Thank you. Tomorrow is our first official rest day. The players needed after such a long game. So we will see you back on the 6th of April.
那明天呢，我们是休息日，那我们后天还是下午3点钟继续这个比赛。好，谢谢大家的这个光临，欢迎继续关注国际象棋，也可以在官网上找到我们的信息。Please make sure you will follow us on the official site and subscribe. Thank you very much. 好的，那谢谢大家，那今天就到这里结束了。